Hey, good afternoon. I'd like to call the December 2nd, 2025 City Council regular meeting to order. City Clerk Ben Lane, may we please have a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Lisa Borowski,
Present?
Vice Mayor Adam Quasman, Council Members Jan Dubosky,
Here.
Barry Graham, Kathy Littlefield,
Here.
Marianne McAllen,
Present.
and Solange Whitehead.
Here.
City Manager Greg Kagan,
Here.
Interim City Attorney Louis Santea,
Present.
City Treasurer Sonia Andrews,
Here.
Acting City Auditor Leigh Clough,
Here.
and the Clerk is present. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. This evening, we have Scottsdale Police Officers Sergeant Eric Bowles, Officer Kyle Scholak, and Officer Ryan Lowing, as well as Scottsdale firefighter Tiffany Ritterbush, I think. I hope I'm saying that right. Someone's handwriting I can't read. Johnny Garachi. You'll have to tell me if that's wrong. In any event, if anyone needs their expertise or assistance, please let a member of our staff know. Thank you all for being here, by the way. For the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to call upon Councilwoman Solange Whitehead to lead us in that. Thank you. And for the invocation, Councilwoman, Littlefield is going to lead us in that.
Thank you, Mayor. May God bless and keep us all under protection and love. I ask for a moment of silence while we pray, each in our own fashion, for the safety and well-being of us all during this holiday season. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. For the mayor's report this evening, I want to take a minute to address an issue that affects communities everywhere, including ours, and that is the issue of human trafficking. It's a global plague impacting millions of people each year, and sadly, tens of thousands of Americans are among them. The United States ranks among the worst countries for human trafficking, and Arizona is in the top 15 states with the highest rates per capita. This crime doesn't discriminate. It affects people of all ages and backgrounds, including teenagers and children. Combating human trafficking requires a united effort. Schools, churches, nonprofits, law enforcement, businesses, and of course the city all play a role in prevention, intervention, and dismantling trafficking networks. And that's why I would like to issue this, I have issued, this proclamation that declares human trafficking will not happen in our city, and we will do everything in our power to stop it. Accepting the proclamation tonight are representatives from Not in Our City, which is a statewide coalition of churches, civic leaders, community partners, and concerned citizens. Here to accept the proclamation that I will read is Bus Obayami, Pastor Billy Claudio of Oasis Church, and Niece Jackson, Acting Executive Director of Not in Our City. And I'd like to take a moment to read the proclamation. Whereas human trafficking is a global plague that impacts millions of people each year, including tens of thousands of Americans, and whereas the United States ranks as one of the worst countries globally for human trafficking, and whereas Arizona ranks in the top 15 states with the highest rates of human trafficking per capita, whereas human trafficking impacts people across all demographics and ages, including our teenagers and children, and whereas the battle against human trafficking includes supporting efforts in schools, churches, nonprofits, law enforcement, and businesses to prevent human trafficking, intervening, disrupting, and dismantling human trafficking syndicates. Therefore, I, Lisa Borowski, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of our fine city of Scottsdale, do hereby proclaim Not in Our City and urge our residents, churches, schools to work together to eliminate trafficking from our community and support the efforts of frontline organizations and law enforcement in their battle against human trafficking. And let's all take a stand. Thank you for being here to accept it. Okay, as is always the case, during tonight's meeting, the council may make a motion to recess into an executive session to obtain legal advice on any applicable item on the agenda, and if authorized by council, the executive session will be immediately held and will not be open to the public. The public meeting would resume immediately following the executive session in that event. First, public comment is reserved for Scottsdale citizens, business owners, and/or property owners to speak on non-agendized items that are within the council's jurisdiction. No official council action can be taken on these items, and speakers are limited to 3 minutes to address the council. If you wish to speak on an agendized or a non-agendized item, please let the city clerk know. And this evening, we have received requests to speak from 5 people. First, we'll start with Steve Sutton. Tammy Bossi will go next to the podium over here. Vanessa Goldberg, then Linda Milhaven, and Yvonne Cahill. Thank you.
Everyone hear me all right? Steve Sutton, address on record. Good evening, Honorable Lisa Borowski, Mayor of Scottsdale, and other council members. The petition telling the City Council that residents do not want a parking corral garage extension built because it is disrespectful to the old Adobe mission, pushes out the farmers market, and will harm the merchants and ambiance of historic Old Town, now has over 2,100 signatures in less than 4 weeks. At last night's council meeting, I made a statement about memorial procedures for any person being considered. Councilman Adam Quasman angrily denounced that statement as sinister for likening political activist Charlie Kirk to actor Bill Cosby. In fact, Councilman Quasman said that my comment was not just unacceptable, but fundamentally unacceptable. Councilman Quasman also said the person who would be most against public funding of a Charlie Kirk memorial would be Charlie Kirk. I completely agree that Charlie Kirk would oppose public funding. What I don't agree with is Councilman Quasman implying my comment was a likening of Charlie Kirk's character to Bill Cosby's character. I did not do that. What my statement actually communicated was that just because the admiration you feel today convinces you that you know enough about a person to memorialize them, it is wise to avoid judging someone a hero worthy of memorialization before sufficient time has elapsed for society to fully evaluate and judge worthiness. Perhaps I could have been more rhetorically elegant in expressing this if I had not been speaking extemporaneously. I did not intend to offend anyone. Now, I'm not going to apologize for making Councilman Quasman angry because I don't believe for a second, Councilman Quasman, that you didn't know what I was communicating. In fact, I believe attorney Adam Quasman engaged in what is known in a court of law as theatrics and in politics as demagoguery. Councilman Quasman distorted what I actually communicated to inflame the anger of Charlie Kirk's admirers to make me a symbol of hatred to be used to justify a Charlie Kirk memorial. I also believe that Charlie Kirk would be the first person to say he would not want such deceitful tactics used to support a memorial. Councilman Quasman, what you did is unacceptable, fundamentally unacceptable behavior from a city council member. But what is even more unacceptable was your attempt to dismiss the divisiveness of the Charlie Kirk Memorial by attempting to manipulate City Management Assistant Will Brooks to make a statement of judgment on the divisiveness of the Barry Goldwater Memorial in light of the Senator's vote against the 1964 Civil Rights Act. Shame on you, Councilman. Shame on you, shame on you, shame on you. Carthago delenda est.
Thank you. Next, we have Tammy Bassi. I hope I'm saying that right, Tammy.
You are. No one ever wants to say bossy. It's so funny. But you got it perfect. Thank you. Mayor and Council, my name is Tammy Bassi, and I live in South Scottsdale. My address is on file. And I'm here today to talk about keeping Scottsdale livable and prosperous. I'm talking from the perspective of a former government employee at a high level, planning the future of Phoenix and the surrounding areas, and as a nonprofit executive director, working very altruistically for the greater good of our community, and as a community volunteer for thousands of hours, and as a business owner who is a mission-driven business focus, and someone who really cares, just like all of you do. And I very much appreciate all your service and everything that you do to work for the citizens of Scottsdale and to protect us all. As we reflect upon this last year, and we think about our next year, we did some great things, and we also did some things that I hope that we'll rethink about. Tomorrow's the anniversary of the adoption of our sustainability plan. After thousands of hours from hundreds of citizens, staff, council, people pouring their heart into it at their own personal expense to do something good for the future of our city, for the future generations, and for our own livability, and I'll say for our economy. The first half of economy is eco. We have no economy and we have no quality of life if we don't protect our ecosystem. And I'm not sure why people continue to think it's one or the other, because we are 100% dependent on a strong ecosystem for our economy. The plan, to remind you, talked about making sure our energy choices were smart business decisions and cleaner for our city. Water, to continue our tradition of being a great water smart community. To look at how do we use our waste and reduce the expenses to our citizens, and to make better choices in using our waste and reducing our waste. To look at our air quality, and we can't solve it all, but as a city, we can do our part. It had some actions there, and also the pain we all feel every single day when the heat is so extreme that is miserable, and literally I have people asking to move out because of the heat, move out of the city from a real estate perspective. So I am hoping that as you reflect over the holidays, you will think about your second action as council in January to repeal the sustainability plan. It was disheartening. This room was full of people who wanted you not to do that. So I really hope, as people who I know you want to do the right thing for Scottsdale, will seriously reflect on that as you look at what you want to accomplish next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tammy. Next, we have Vanessa Goldberg.
Thank you. I'm Vanessa Goldberg, a longtime citizen of Scottsdale. My address is on record. I, too, am here to speak on the first anniversary of the Sustainability Act, which was adopted just tomorrow a year ago. In the face of increasing environmental threats, The plan addresses urgent issues from securing a reliable supply of water and energy to mitigating wildfires and other costly extreme weather destructions. In other words, proactively protecting our quality of life as citizens are suffering more and more, some of them are leaving, and our tourism industry is suffering as well. The plan was in the works for 3 years, with scientists, analysts, businesses, council staff, and Scottsdale citizens like myself making sure that the plan had input from all that it would affect. When the previous city council passed it overwhelmingly last December 3rd, we knew Scottsdale's voices had been heard. Then in January of this year, just a few weeks later, the very future of this plan was put on the new council's agenda. As a result, over 30 residents of different ages and professions, experts of different fields, offered public comment, and all of them passionately in support of the sustainability plan. I will always remember the betrayal that then happened. Councilman Barry Graham invoked a rarely used procedural rule to prevent the council from even discussing the merits of the plan or the many arguments in favor of it that they had just heard. In the forced vote, 4 of the 7 council members killed the plan. Now, 11 months later, Scottsdale still does not have a sustainability plan. The official argument that more citizens' input is needed reveals itself as a shameful scam, as we remember the proven disrespect for the citizens' input, both leading to and later supporting the plan. Now then, this anniversary of the sustainability plan's original adoption is an invitation to the 4 council members who, for ideological reasons, chose to ignore the will of the citizens, an invitation to rethink their vote or to demonstrate to the voting public that other interests are more important to them than securing the sustainable future for our city and its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Former Councilwoman Linda Milhaven.
Good evening. Linda Milhaven. I live on Belgian Trail here in Scottsdale. Mayor Borowski, Vice Mayor Quasman, Councilwoman Whitehead, and Councilwoman McAllen, I want to thank you and congratulate you for the compromise you were able to work out with Axon. I think our community is better for it. I know 30 years ago, working at the Chamber, trying to diversify our economy, we could only have dreamed of having a company like Axon in our community. And that diverse economy is what keeps our tax rates low. So I thank you for your hard work in getting to that compromise. And to council members Graham and DeBascus, how lucky for you that you have council members who are willing to do the hard work, to do the right thing for the community, so that you could vote no and not look at what's in the best interest in the community. And for you to then go out in the community and completely misrepresent what's going on here. You accuse folks of denying citizens their right to a vote. In fact, you were the ones who denied citizens the right to vote by not putting the election up sooner. To make Axon wait for 2 years for a vote under the guise of saving a few dollars or about turnout rates, those are just red herrings. You were trying to make it an election issue. You took away the people's vote. You forced Axon to go to the legislature. You criticized the New Deal about water. Well, the legislature took the water restraints away, so we couldn't be compromised. And finally, you misrepresent self-certification. Does not mean that Axon's going to certify themselves. Self-certification means the city and Axon will hire a third party, which is in the city's best interest, will save the city money, and make it much more efficient. So you've not only got in the way of the project, you also misrepresent it to folks. On the second issue, on the changing a roundabout to a signalized intersection, I see that tomorrow MAG is going to consider swapping the grant money out. I hope for all of our sakes that that happens. However, you continue to misrepresent this project. Most recently, Councilwoman Duaskis said that this doesn't cost us any more money, but deep in the budget book, last year the budget for that project was $29 million. In the budget that you approved, that project is now $44 million, an increase of $15 million. If your friends don't like roundabouts and you want to get rid of the roundabouts, be honest that it's going to cost our citizens $15 million more, even if we get the grants reassigned. And then finally, since folks were talking about the sustainability plan, I have a few more seconds. There's no need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. If there were things you didn't like about the plan, you could have reconvened the group and made modifications. Instead, Councilmember Graham, your mouthpiece continues to call it the Green New Deal, yet the plan said no mandates and no penalties. It was recommendations and suggestions. So again, thank you for your time and happy holidays.
Thank you very much, Linda. Next, we have Yvonne Cahill.
Happy holidays to everyone, Mayor Borowski and City Council. My name is Yvonne Cahill. My address is on record. I just wanted to bring something to your attention. It's along the lines as former councilwoman just spoke of. And I was cleaning up my office and I came across this article in the Progress about $44 million Scottsdale Road project continues. And I was like, 44 million, what happened? That was not a $44 million project. So this is the SG05 Scottsdale Road, Joe Max to Dixoletta Drive, and I'm formally requesting a report from the city manager regarding both the expected cost and expected funding of the transportation project. SG05 Scottsdale Road to Joe Max Dixoletta Drive. The expected cost, the project was budgeted to cost a total of $29.2 million in the adopted 24-25 capital budget, but the budget to cost total of $43.7 million in the adopted 25-26 capital budget, an increase of $14.5 million. The budgeted cost land increase went from $54,000 to $2,704,000 to turn it into a signalized from the roundabout. The budgeted construction cost increased from $21.5 million to $32.3 million. This is an increase of $10.8 million or 50% increase. And this was all hidden in the budget. We hear a lot of people bragging about, we canceled the roundabout, we canceled the roundabout, we did all this great work, but nobody ever talks about the fact that it was going to cost the taxpayers close to $15 million. So the expected project funding with $20.4 million from the ALCP project and $6.8 million from the city's 0.1% transportation tax. Now the funding requires $29.3 million from the ALCP and $12.5 million from the city's 0.1% tax. I know that MAG is meeting December 3rd to consider the $29.3 million funding, and if approved, this will require a transfer of approved funding from other city transportation projects. If so, how will these projects now be funded? And what other projects will this cost the city in having to delay? If not approved, we have a shortfall on SG05, and how will that be funded? So I feel this was deliberately hidden. There was no transparency on this. We heard, like I said, a lot about the bragging of the project, but we didn't know that it was going to cost. We didn't know what the cancellation fee of 20% was going to cost, and the redesign fee and the land acquisition. So I hope that in the new year, the council will be more transparent. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. And that concludes the non-agendized public comment. And thank you to all the speakers. Next, we'll move on to the meeting minutes approvals. And we are looking to approve special meeting minutes of October 6th, 2025, and executive session meeting minutes of October 6th, 2025. And I'll entertain a motion to do that.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please register your vote. All right, thank you. Moving on to the consent agenda items, number 1 through 15. And let's see, please note, note that item 13, the Old Town Advertising, Marketing, and Public Relations Services contract has been moved to the regular agenda as item 15A. So excluding 13, we have consent agenda items 1 through 12 and 14 and 15. But I'm going to go ahead and remove the item number 12 because I'd like to hear more about that. So, and I see some other indications to speak here. Now we have 12 and 15A, and also, I think that's it. Okay. Councilwoman Littlefield.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to move item number 14 regarding the plans for Westworld to the regular agenda. We had a lot of interest in that by our residents. I think they'd like to know what's going on with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Graham.
Mayor, thank you. I'm just two brief comments. Item number 10, I'm excited for the Scottsdale Arabian Horse Show event funding. And item number 11, I see we've got the airport director here, but I'm excited to see some improvements in our airport, including the aircraft and vehicle access gates. So I'm not going to call you up here, but which I think they might appreciate. But thank you, Mayor. Oh, and I will make a motion, if there's no more requests to speak, to accept the consent agenda items with the exception of item 12 and 13 and 14.
I'll second that.
Did I get everything?
Oh, 15A has already been moved off, so you do have everything. So it's 12 and 14. So there's a motion.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve consent agenda items 1 through 11, number 13, and number 15. All those in favor?
Mayor, I apologize. Number 13 was renumbered to item 15A.
That's right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman, Vice Mayor Quasman.
Can we please have number 12 pulled? I'd like to, it was pulled already. Okay, I just want to make sure that one is.
Yeah, I had that pulled. So let's go back to the number game. No problem whatsoever. Okay, so it's consent agenda items number 1 through 11 and 15. All right. So all those in favor, please indicate your vote. All right. So let's go ahead and take the consent agenda items that we've just pulled off first, and that is number 12, starting with number 12. And I see Sarah here from our Government Relations Department. Let's see here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sarah Sparman, Government Relations Manager for the City of Scottsdale. Happy to answer any questions you might have on the state lobbying contract that is before you. There's actually 3 contracts, one for a retained 12-month, this would be an ongoing daily use, probably not the best word, but a retained lobbying firm that would provide services throughout the legislative session and throughout the interim. We also have 2 contracts that are on the agenda for your approval, one with Arizona Capital Connections and the other one with Aaron's in Monty, which is, both of those are project-based as needed. So should we have an issue that should come up during the legislative session that needs immediate attention and perhaps a few more additional support, we would have those contracts in place and be ready to activate them after negotiations with the city manager. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I don't see any requests to speak, but can you tell me a little bit historically how the interview and selection process works?
So this was my first process with the city of Scottsdale going through the procurement process. We notified the procurement office. I work with a contact there. We draft up kind of what is the intent of the contract, what are we looking for. We base it off of scope. The scope for this particular contract is based off of their method of approach, experience, contacts, bipartisan support, able to relationships that they have at the state legislature, the governor's office, state agencies, being able to leverage those. And so after the RFP is drafted, it is put on our procurement system and sent out to anybody that is already a member of that or has signed up to receive those notifications. We are also able to send additional notifications to other firms, which we did. I believe there were 5 to 10 other firms that we sent independent. And then an evaluation committee, once the closing date arrives, an evaluation committee is established. This evaluation committee consisted of the assistant city manager, Jeff Walther, assistant to the city manager, Will Brooks, our interim city attorney, Louise Santella, and myself. We independently grade those we score them based off of the method of approach, references, scope of practice, relationships, examples. They provided reporting documents that they had used, gave us examples of what type of reporting we could expect from each of those independent firms. The evaluation committee then evaluates independently, and we come together with procurement once again to they lay out the scoring and kind of the ranking of each of the firms that applied. We had 22 that had opened through the system, and I think 3 did apply for the RFP.
And question about the contracts. I know, how long in duration is the Aaron's contract and the Kutak Rock contract?
Each of the 3 are an initial 1 year with 5 years worth of renewal. I think I said that right. So it's 5 years. Each year is mutually agreed upon renewal. So
kind of an automatic, almost?
Mutual agreement between both parties, the city and the firm themselves.
And so council doesn't vote on that?
We have brought the council, the Aaron's contract that we've had over the 5 years does come back to council annually.
So I, for one, was not happy or not pleased at all with our performance at the legislative session, state legislature last time around. I had hoped that when I knew the one contract was up for renewal, I had hoped that the council would be involved in some of that discussion. And I see that it's on our consent agenda. So I really am concerned about going down the same path. I know Barry, I think he does a great job, but I think that last year was not a good result whatsoever, and that surprises me that we're going in the same direction. So I'll hear from the city manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Maybe for context for the broader audience and for City Council, we really took a whole new look, understanding that feedback that we had received from City Council on the most recent session. We took a whole new look at our government relations, and as you know, we recently had a personnel within the small office leave the organization, and so we're utilizing those funds to really enhance our consulting, our outside resources, and so issued the request for proposal, and we have a new firm. So it's really the Kutak Rock, as referenced, entirely new firm. And then we wanted to not only, as my colleague Ms. Sparman illustrated, not only have a baseline day-to-day watching out for everything, but really add additional resources. And that is the new element. That is where we can say the top 2 to 3 bills that are really concerning to us that are emerging through the session, and add additional resources to those from additional consultants. So adding to it. So we've got a new firm who is very well recognized in the industry. We feel really good about that. And really loading up on that outside resources, and then specifically being laser focused. There a couple come to mind during the last session that we would really be able to add more resources to that. So I believe our new approach will address the concerns that we've heard from you, Mayor, and other council members moving into the next session.
Thank you for that explanation. It's helpful. Question about the budget. What type of budget increase is this for our external lobbyists?
I can start off a little bit. So because we're, the contract, I believe if memory serves me, help me out here, Sarah, but it's approximately $30,000 probably.
Yes, it is a $24,000 increase in the retainer.
So we have the retainer that's increased, I would say a little bit from what we've historically paid. However, when we look at the entire function, we've eliminated or not filled a director position. So we have that additional kind of funding opportunity to help really bring up that caliber for the consulting services. I might also add from a procurement process perspective, I'm used to as Ms. Sparman went through in our procurement code, and maybe the treasurer can speak to this since it's under her chain of command, but I have a diverse group, as was illustrated, and I know my colleague, interim city attorney, is very familiar with the legislature, wanted to tap into his expertise. He was a part of the selection process, and then we bring that forward for city council to consider. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, just one final question on that front. $24,000 increase, is that globally between all the contracts that we're looking to apply or approve?
So the $78,000 is solely for Kutak Rock. That doesn't include the Aaron's, Monty, or Capital Connections, Arizona Capital Connections contract. Those are as needed bases, and so if a project should arise, we won't have to go through the same procurement. It was a little limiting in last session in our efforts to bring on additional resources because of our procurement code. So this gives us some flexibility, and those terms would be negotiated between the city manager and the parties.
So the $24,000 only applies to the Aaron's contract, an increase?
Yeah, I just want to, Madam Mayor, and I can jump in. The Aaron's is really that. Let's put that one to the side for the moment, and that's really as needed in kind of on the bench. They're on the court, if you will. The active one is the Kutak Rock. That moves to the $78,000. So that's the additional, what we have historically paid the previous consultant, that moves up to $78,000. As we look to that $24,000 increase, I would again remind, I don't have the exact dollar amount, but we have a director position that we have not filled. So we have that to use to enhance our outside resources.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying, but tell me where the $24,000 bump is. Where is that?
So for Kutak Rock, in addition to, this RFP was much more robust, I would say, than in years past. We have significant reporting requirements, so those weekly reports that you received from us last legislative session, those we'll utilize their tracking system. We'll monitor in addition to that, but the weekly tracking, it'll be boots on the ground. There is a much more robust RFP that was.
Let me help say it another way. So we had one consultant last year, and that consultant is being replaced by Kutak Rock, and that new consultant is costing $24,000 more. What we have with these other two on the sidelines that we can add, that's as needed, and that would be a negotiated amount in addition. So the 24 is the base amount, previous consultant compared to this new consultant.
Okay, I thought you said something different earlier, that we had paid this consultant last year, the same amount as $78,000. So
No.
my apologies.
Sorry,
Okay.
my apologies.
Councilwoman Whitehead, thank you.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate this discussion because it kind of ties into what I'm saying. So I also was deeply disappointed last year and the year before. I personally generated probably 500 emails in opposition back 2 years ago in opposition to the ADU law, the casita law. And this is a great concern to many of our residents. Last year, we had a very simple fix, and every legislator that I talked to back then was willing to support it, just to owner occupancy. We failed. And so I'm wondering how, so I was also surprised to see the 3 contracts, and I just want to make sure I understand. The 2 contracts listed, the Aaron's and the Arizona Capital Connections, those have $0. Those are backup if Kutak cannot do the work. Am I understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
So now we're putting in the hands of Kutak our priorities, just like last year, top priority was fixing ADU and we didn't get it done. So tell me about Kutak. I went to their website. How is it what is their ability to perform differently, I guess?
Councilwoman, I could actually speak to that, having worked with Mark Osborne.
That's okay. I'll let the city manager.
I'll start off just a little bit,
Yeah.
and also I look to my colleague here to
Okay.
add to it. They look to our legislative agenda, to your legislative
Okay.
agenda, which I got a little passionate discussing last time because it's so important. They use that to guide their work down at the Capitol. So that's the initial start. And I just want to emphasize too, and I might introduce a new concept where we have let's say a council member liaison that works with staff, because having 7 or so it is not necessarily a concerted effort. And so that's one area that we can refine our process. You have the legislative agenda, and we do plan to come back at regular meetings through the session to speak to City Council, but it moves by the half day, by the hour, by the week. And so if we had an individual, a council member or a committee, I won't quite call it a committee because we'd have to have public notices, but you get my point where we're going here, to have a regular relationship where we can get some guidance on these things. That could be something for mayor and council to consider. And then specifically to your element about how do we not revisit what we did last year, again, I think it's the legislative agenda, and then speaking to their expertise, I'll look to my colleague, and then also there is also experience on council with that.
No, and I appreciate Vice Mayor Quasman's support, sounds like. So that is a good answer. I appreciate that. And one more thing that came up. So those weekly tracking reports that we get, those are actually generated by our consultant?
No, they're by us. And so.
Oh, by us.
Yeah, and let me just add a little bit there, and to my colleague, that's where we were really looking for enhanced communication from our consultant, and enhanced dashboards, enhanced reporting, and we really want to take that to the next level, and that we were doing that internally. And so I'm very familiar with this process where you work with the league, we're working it with our internal resources, but we're paying a significant amount for this outside support for us, and they need to be delivering on that, and we're really taking that to the next level for the next session.
Okay, well then I'm supportive and excited to see if we can get some things done. So thank you for both of you.
Vice Mayor Quasman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to tell my colleagues about the quality that is Dr. Mark Osborne. Mark is one of, there are lobbyists, and then there are institutions at the Wedge, and Mark is one of those people. Not only is his genial nature affable and disarming, but I watched him personally receive vast amount of bipartisan support in multiple iterations at my time at the legislature. He takes a scholarly approach to everything. He's one of the few lobbyists out there with a PhD, but you'd never know it. He's one of those people who's just a humble man who is on top of his game. I would hire him in a second as my lobbyist. This really is it's a wonderful leveling up. Barry Aarons is an institution here, and he's going to be great in a pinch role when we need to double down our efforts and hit 2 things at the same time. And I think that I just want to commend the city manager for an excellent, excellent choice.
Thank you. Councilman Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree with some of my colleagues that, nobody kind of wants to say it, but I think it took a little bit of, principle from Ms. Sparman and the city manager to change our vendor. We had to do that. It just didn't feel like we were getting our value over the past several years. I'm sitting there writing emails begging the legislature to, don't do this to us, whether it's ADUs or a lot of the bills that they passed. And then obviously we know the big one. It was a big letdown. And we don't have a director position anymore. We're hiring third parties, and it would be nice to get that kind of sort of real-time dashboard, or however it wants to be presented, from this particular vendor. And this is a one-year contract. Ms. Sparman, I hope this comes back to us every year. That'd be my express desire. Let's not autopilot it. Let's bring it back. That gives the vendor a little bit more incentive to perform, knowing that we're going to look at it, and we will terminate the relationship. I don't know as much about the lobbying world as some of my colleagues, but what I do know about how things were is that we needed a change, and I don't have skin in the game as far as this guy's great, that guy, but I reading the packet here, we got a lot of applicants. There was a lot of interest, and we took our methodical time during the selection process as far as who we selected, QTAC Rock. So the other thing is, I do think and we talked about this, but it's good to have, as much as we needed to change it, it is kind of nice to have Mr. Ahrens on standby, because we saw the rapid escalation of lobbying that can happen when something sort of invades the legislature with just such a rapidity and just such a velocity that it can be all consuming. And if we don't have somebody standing by that we can deploy, because we need additional resources to advocate for our residents, I think it's nice to have that. I think putting more into a third party like this as opposed to internally, I understand why. I think it's still a net savings. We're still spending overall. If you add up last year what we spent with a third party plus internally compared to this year, third party internally, I think it's a net reduction. And so I'm hopeful that we get better value for that. Performance metrics, it's kind of like marketing. Lobbying to me is like marketing. It's one of the reasons I never wanted to do it, because it's like, how do you measure success? A lot of times you just know, and you can't actually really prove causality sometimes. But you can definitely feel it when somebody's not doing a good job, and it's very obvious. So I am going to be watching this vendor closely over the next legislative cycle, seeing how engaged they make, that my colleagues feel as they perform their work. I wish I knew as much about the vendor as the vice mayor, but looking forward to the new partnership. I think it took a little bit of, like I said, leadership for you to do that, to close that. And I would, Ms. Sparman, like to bring this back on an annual basis. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Quasman.
Thank you. My question is the following. Is the reason that you did a 3-year contract because you want to finish this legislative session and then want to hit an entire legislative 2-part session the next time? Or is there a way we can do this on an annual basis to bring it back? I know the Ahrens contract is something that can be revisited, but it looks like the QTAC contract is just a 3-year, it's a 3-year deal. But I understand if the reasoning was, am I correct? It could be.
It's an initial 1-year term.
It's just an initial
plus 4 additional 1-year extensions.
Okay, so it has a 1 year as a bring back mechanism in there. Okay, that's fine.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other requests to speak. Thank you very much. Did you have something else? No? All right. I don't think we have anything else on that, so if there is,
I'll move to approve Resolution 13555, Mayor.
Second.
all right. All those affirming, please indicate your vote. All right, I think that passes. There you go. Moving on to item number 14, this is Westworld, and we have, is it Judy Doyle here to speak, or Will's going to join us? Will Loftal from Westworld, General Manager.
Madam Mayor, as they're making their way to the podium, just a reminder, we brought this before City Council in a workshop recently. It was at the tail end of a fairly lengthy meeting, and we might have gone fairly quickly, but we have been engaged in this process for a number of years and bring this to the culmination for your consideration. It really is timely as we begin to initiate our budgetary process to continue the infrastructure enhancements for the Westworld facility and continue to look for additional enhancements in 26, 27, and look forward for your consideration of this item. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you for that reminder. And just before we get started, I recall last time this is not about operational issues, and this is only about infrastructure, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that might help with some of the questions pending. All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Is there any specific questions that you might have with regard to the presentation? We gave a presentation last.
Oh, I don't, but I see people have lit up the board, so they do. So this will be helpful if we just jump to the chase. Thank you. Councilwoman Littlefield.
Thank you, Mayor. I pulled this item for presentation and discussion because when it first started several months ago, discussing the upgrades and changes that are going to be going on at Westworld, we had a tremendous amount of citizen inquiry and concern. This is a very, very important issue and place for many of our citizens and has been for many years. And the mayor and I both went out and talked to people, visited with people, listened to what they had to say, and I think that they would appreciate, if nothing else, an update on what's going on and what's been happening and what we can look forward to at Westworld over the next few months. So this is basically for the citizens who expressed concerns, expressed desires to keep in touch and to keep updated. And so I would like to have that happen. Thank you.
We are excuse me, we're, through the mayor, Councilwoman Littlefield, we are in the process of meeting with all of our anchor tenants on a regular basis to make sure that we are fulfilling their needs. And we are also in the process of upgrading a couple of our capital assets, one of which is the sound system, which will be ready for the upcoming Arabians show this coming winter. And also we are purchasing additional temporary stalls to help bolster our current inventory. So this will make the facility much more applicable and much more serviceable towards our clients.
Let's go ahead and go with the other questions here. Councilwoman McAllen.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to say that I watched your presentation twice now. I went to the TDC and I watched your presentation at the TDC, and it also helped me to kind of focus on things. I appreciate the mayor saying that it's infrastructure, not programming. That's coming in February. But I thought the improvements and items had definitely been honed down and completely targeted on the items that needed to be fixed most. And I appreciated your explanation at the TDC about that. So I was just going to say good job. You guys have definitely accomplished what needed to be done, so thank you.
Through the mayor, thank you very much.
Councilman Graham.
Could you state your names just for the public?
Certainly.
And your position title?
I'm Will Loftal, General Manager of Westworld. I'm joined by Mr. Sean Woolsey from Kimley Horn, who worked diligently on the infrastructure master plan that we were talking about today.
So the contract that we're approving today is about $1 million. And so but that's go forward spending, is that correct, for the studies that are coming up?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood the question.
Okay. We're awarding, this is $1 million contract, and what is it for?
The master plan is a plan for the future, for assets for the future. There's nothing that's been committed towards it as of yet, the plan itself.
Okay, thank you. I'll pause my questions for the moment.
Councilwoman Whitehead.
So first of all, Will, I want to thank you for, I can't remember what time at night we put you up. I think it was like 9 o'clock at night. So you really endured a long meeting, but we did already have this presentation for the public. What date was the presentation? Does anybody remember? Will, do you remember the night that you spent in City Hall?
Was it the 2nd of December?
Was it?
November 17th, I'm being.
Okay, so November 17th for the public, because we did have this presentation. It is infrastructure. All the stakeholders, there are obviously a lot of stakeholders involved. So with that, I don't see any reason to belabor it anymore. I move to adopt item 14, resolution number 13569, approving the Westworld Infrastructure Master Plan, which includes capital project concepts and potential improvements related to access, parking, drainage, and shade, all of our priorities. And I'm so glad we got you in before 9 o'clock at night tonight.
I'll second that.
Would you like to speak to your second? Okay. Councilwoman DeBascus.
Thank you. I did want to echo some questions related to expense. So this is a master plan that talks about moving the driveway. We're talking about adding some covered areas, some shaded areas, which are all very, I think, needed and desirable things.
Right.
But how much would this cost us?
We don't know yet. This is a long-term plan. So what we're laying down here now is the direction of the future for the facility, the infrastructure of the facility. Nothing's been approved as far as funds are concerned. Nothing's been gone out and forecasted or estimated. This is just the beginning of the process for the future of the venue.
So my concern here is that a lot of times what I see happening is that we put the cart before the horse, so to speak, and that we develop a plan and then we don't have the expenditure for it. And then it comes time for the expenditure and we say, oh, well, we're spending the money because we made the plan. But when we made the plan, we didn't know it was going to cost us $20 million. Now all of a sudden it's costing us $20 million. And so I'm a little bit, want to make sure that the process that we're following here is appropriate, that we've thought through where the funding is going to come from. Is this 490 funding? Is the, what is the long-term plan here? I'm interested in that.
I think it would come to you piece by piece.
Which is exactly what I was saying sounds bad. So I think the city manager is nodding.
Yeah, well, let me help out. Madam Mayor and Councilwoman DeBascus, you're exactly right. I think there has been a history of skipping a step, and master plans are really good for including stakeholders, long-term vision of expensive capital, and so here's where we're going to move forward. And quite frankly, it's the opposite of a piecemeal approach, because you're like, how does this infrastructure impact this infrastructure? And if we could do it today, what would that large picture look like? So that's the master plan process. Quite frankly, inherited this process. It's been going on, I believe, about 2-ish years. So this is really the culmination of a lot of work. Then I think the next step for us that we've missed historically is we have a specific project and we've gone straight to budget, straight to funding that. Let's just say an entryway road, and it's going to be $20 million. We put $20 million in the budget, and that's what we think, and it comes back at $25 million. And we go, well, we're over budget. This is a flaw somewhere. What we are introducing as a new step into this process, master plan, and then feasibility, scope, design, all of that kind of, I'll call it preliminary, to the next step. And so let's just say a design would be a good. And you get up to a 30%, something like that. We know what it's going to cost then. And we say it's going to cost $19 million approximately, and then we put $19 million in the budget. Bring it forward for your consideration, and then we would issue the RFP, that we've gone through those processes, go through a procurement. We could use some other, but that sizable dollar amount there, we would do a large RFP for sake of discussion. But that step where design, scope, feasibility, we're really enhancing that and doing that more regularly. So I think that will address the questions and address some of the concerns that I've heard over the last year or so. Keeping in mind, too, all along the way, that priorities can shift. So what this sets out is really, and we've had extensive discussions with the consultant about that short term, that near term, middle term, and then long term. The long term is really aspirational. Aspirational in maybe, say, 20 or 30 years, what would we want for this facility? But however, having said that, having it as part of the master plan does help us align grant opportunities, some partnerships, and other things. So this holistic plan is really critical for moving forward, and consistency with aligning the infrastructure as it aligns with the business plan. The business plan will come forward to you in the first quarter of next year, and we need to align the infrastructure so that it aligns with the business plan, because let's just say if we want to, as a business plan, support more equestrian, then we'll need to enhance the infrastructure as it relates to the business plan. So those two have to go hand in hand, and I believe our new path addresses that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
That's helpful, thank you.
Vice Mayor Quasman.
I just want to reiterate and back up what Council Member Dubascus said, and I think everybody in this at this dais would say the same thing. Here's what we don't want. We just don't, and this is not, you guys got kind of caught up in a larger big picture conversation. We don't want a situation where we support a plan, and we agree that in the vagueness of the plan, right, and that's large and grandiose, and then when it comes back to something that is exorbitant spending, well, you voted for the plan, and you just want to make sure that, you already supported this. We're taking that as gospel. You supported this 2 years ago, and we said, whoa, wait a minute. So it kind of puts us in a pickle, and I just want to make sure that we step out of the pickle, right, and just say, I will support this plan. I can speak for myself here. I will support this plan. Caveat: any appropriation that takes taxpayer dollars or paying down debt or any type of expenditure of debt has to be reviewed, and there is no sacred cow, including this plan, right? So with that caveat, I will support this.
City Manager, you want to chime in again?
Just briefly, Vice Mayor, I couldn't agree with you more.
And just before we switch gears on that topic, this really is no different than everything that you establish as a project and bring to council, just like parks, just like, in all infrastructure. So thank you. I just wanted to confirm that. Councilwoman Littlefield.
Thank you, Mayor. My goodness, I didn't realize what I was going to be bringing up. I've just been hearing from citizens who are very interested in Westworld and its movement forward and where it's going and how it's going to get there and what it's going to cost, all that kind of stuff. They want to know about the design, the feasibility, what they can expect, the cost, the timing. When is this going to happen? What is our plan at this moment? They know it can change, because I've told them. And they want to know where we are and where we're going to be going forward over the next year. So that's really what I'm asking, is the answers to the questions that the citizens who use Westworld and who are interested in keeping Westworld top-notch, what are their questions, and what are their answers, or do we have answers yet? So I just want an update on that.
Well,
thank you.
Certainly, we want to provide a facility that services our clients. I presume you're speaking primarily about our equestrian clients. Is that not correct? Well, we meet with them regularly to assess their needs and their concerns, and we are working with them collectively to address those needs and concerns. Specifically, the two forefront issues were the sound system, which has been a challenge for a while, and also the temporary barns, which we have addressed now. Thank you to council and your efforts towards helping us solve that challenge. So those and any other challenges that might arise are issues that we are working collectively with the equestrian producers to make sure that Westworld is the best that it can be to not only the producers, but also the general public who come to events, and also the non-equestrian event producers as well.
Thank you.
Thank
Yes.
you.
We have a lot of those also.
Excuse me?
We have a lot of those also, non-equestrian events.
We do. We do about half of our programming is equestrian, and about half of it is non-equestrian. So, yeah, we have a very diverse repertoire.
That's a good thing.
It's a very good thing.
Thank you.
Councilman Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. Apologize earlier, I was looking at my notes, the wrong item. Mr. Lofdale, you said half are equestrian, half are non-equestrian. What is the breakdown as far as revenue? Do you know that off the top of your head?
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay. Is it?
Total revenue is just a little under $8 million a year.
Yeah.
But I could get it for you, though.
Yeah. No, because I'm going to be interested in that as far as, I do want to see EBITDA. I do want to see, comparisons. I do want to see, kind of those basic, revenue as a percentage of.
The meeting that we had on August 18th, you had a list of ratios that you were requesting.
Yeah.
And so we've actually reviewed that meeting, and we will have the answers to those questions.
Those are more definitely relate to the operating side of it.
Correct.
This is, the capital side, though, is extremely important. And kind of like what the Vice Mayor was saying, you adopt a master plan, and some people fear that it kind of creates de facto moral obligation, a funding obligation. Is that a fair statement, Vice Mayor? Even if they compete with other citywide priorities, such as public safety or, parks infrastructure or something like that. Mm-hmm. There are several major recommendations that in the document will clearly cost tens of millions of dollars. So, it's kind of what Councilwoman Dabauskas was talking about, at least getting preliminary cost estimates kind of as we go, getting those as soon as possible. And then, talking about not only the cost, but also the funding sources. The plan talks about conceptual order of magnitude costs for dozens of projects with no estimated price tag. So it's just getting our arms around kind of feasibility studies. Those are all the questions that I wanted, or comments I wanted to pose now. But thank you for your work, Mr. Lofdale, and Sean, Kimberly Horn. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for your questions.
I just have one final question to Councilwoman Littlefield's point about update on the infrastructure improvements. How's the drainage project coming, or where do we expect that to be in the near future?
The drainage is broken down into 3 segments. The first segment will be starting next late spring. The Bahia drainage component of the project, which we hope to have done by late summer of next year. Then shortly after that, the Westworld Drive drainage component of that project will be done. It's tentatively scheduled for 2027. And then the internal core of the facility will be broken down into segments, and that will be handled over the course of the next couple years.
I think all events will really appreciate that.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming up to talk to us.
Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Moving on to, we got to make a motion here. Oh, you did? That was a long time ago. Can you repeat it?
I move to, I have to get back over there now. I move to adopt resolution number 13569, approving the Westworld Infrastructure Master Plan, which includes capital project concepts and potential improvements related to access and parking, drainage and shade.
Second?
All right, all those in favor, please indicate your vote. Or if you're opposed. All right, thank you very much. Moving on to the regular agenda, we have 2 items this evening. One is 15A, that was pulled from the consent agenda before this meeting, and that is consideration and possible approval of resolution number 13562 and contract number 2025-192-COS with the James Agency for advertising, marketing, and public relations services for Old Town Scottsdale. And I will let you go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. So tonight, I'm here to request your approval for an Old Town marketing, advertising, and public relations contract with the James Agency. I have a pretty brief presentation and look forward to your questions. I would also like to point out that Veronique James, CEO and owner of the James Agency, is here as well, should you have any questions for her.
Can I interrupt you? And of course, you're Rachel Smetana from the Economic Development Office.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
That's me. Just briefly, these are the things we're going to cover here. A little bit of history from 2016 to now. We have contracted with a local marketing agency called Happy. Previously, we were working off a cooperative agreement with another governmental entity, and so we've never had our own scope of work for Old Town as far as marketing, advertising, or public relations go. So in 2022, just to remind you, you may recall, the City Council approved a new appropriation of 5% of the destination marketing funds to be shifted to the city to be used for a local focus. And over the years, the lion's share of that has gone to Old Town marketing. In years past, we've also done some website work for Westworld, the stadiums, the railroad parks, some strategic planning processes for those city assets that also attract locals and visitors to our destination. So in spring of 2025, we were hearing from our Old Town merchants that they didn't feel engaged with the city and our marketing process, that they wanted to see some things different. So we employed Keen, a local agency, to do a very quick business engagement study, and the results were helpful for us and illuminating. I'll go into those in just one second. And what we did was use that Keen engagement study to inform an RFP process. Sarah Sparman earlier with the state legislative explained the process pretty well. It was exactly the same. And then the RFP process finished in November. The James Agency was the winner of that process, and now we are here for this. And then in the winter of 2026, we will bring back a marketing and implementation plan. So the Keen study really informed, they went out and solicited a bunch of feedback from about 150 stakeholders in Old Town Scottsdale. They had focus groups, virtual workshops, and came back with these recommendations. So we folded these recommendations into the RFP, and they are actually a part of the scope of work, which you'll see here shortly. So expand data collection, more transparency, more business engagement, more collaboration, focus on Old Town's identity or identities, and all that stuff. So we're really excited to start this work with the James Agency. During the RFP process, the criteria for judging each of the 11 proposals we saw was price, experience, strategy, and then we got to see a presentation from the top 3 candidates. And what we liked most about the James Agency is Veronique is actually located in 85251, just over on, I think, 64th and Thomas. And I remember you were even closer to Old Town at your last location, right on Indian School and Hayden Road. And so it felt like the James Agency very much had a pulse on what's happening in Old Town Scottsdale. They are a full-service local agency. They work with brands that really fit where we want to position Old Town, like the Biltmore, the Princess, the Valley Ho, Fashion Square, M Culinary, a lot of hospitality and destination experience. And we really liked the ideas they presented during their proposal and during their presentation to attract locals to rediscover Old Town, because our Old Town merchants really said what we want to do is bring the locals back. And so this is the scope of work that this is much different than the happy contract we had in the past. It requires more stakeholder engagement. We always had the 6 to 8 campaigns. We always had the website design, the audio visual production, but we really didn't have the KPIs or performance measurements. Another thing I really liked about the James Agency is they have a public-facing dashboard that really helps with transparency and clear KPIs and insights to guide future campaigns. So basically, this is our scope of work. We have the budget for 25-26 was 1.3 million. That we are about halfway through that fiscal year, and we're developing the budget for 26-27, of course, so that is something that we're thinking through now. But the first 6 months, I anticipate by the end of December, we will have spent about 300,000 of that 1.3 million. So we really, when we realized we were going to go through the RFP process, we kind of rolled back the work we were doing. So we will have a decent size budget to start. The James Agency wants to start out auditing all we've done, doing a lot of behavioral discovery with the locals that we hope to attract here, talking to the Old Town merchants, doing those stakeholder meetings. And so we look forward to, if you should happen to approve this contract, we look forward to kicking it off very soon. And then here's a little bit about the onboarding process. What we'll be doing is developing an annual plan. We'll be sharing that with stakeholders, the Tourism Development Commission, and of course, council as well. We plan to talk about it a lot. I think that's one thing that we've realized over the last almost a year working with the merchants, is that we haven't done a good job of communicating what we are doing. So we hope to be doing a better job of that, and we'll have the structure and the support through the James Agency to move forward on that. And we really are excited to get creative and have some more activations in Old Town with marketing. And so here is the request, and I look forward to any questions you have. And again, Veronique James is here as well.
Councilwoman McCallan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Rachel, for the presentation. I'm very excited, just like with our last process when Sarah came up here, a new vendor. I think it's a great thing. Councilman Graham had also mentioned that. Changing things up can be good. And if we're finding that we had issues in Old Town, which there were some concerns with some of the businesses, this is the perfect opportunity to build those relationships. And with the James Agency, which has a fabulous reputation, I'm very excited that we're using them actually, because they do have brand name recognition locally, and local businesses seek them, and being a part of that and them understanding what Scottsdale is, who we are, and who the locals are. That's one of the things that we're looking at, making sure that the locals are I mean, obviously everyone wants to come to Scottsdale. We're worldwide, right? You just heard Gerd talk about that last night, you know, awards from all over the world coming here to Scottsdale. But we also want to remember our residents, and serving them is our base. So I'm very excited about this, and well, I'll let the other council people speak, but I'm very excited to support this.
Thank you.
Before we go on, I overlooked French Thompson had a public comment or wanted to speak on this issue. And then I note that Bob Pedgman's name was also added. So French, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. I was one of those small business people that complained about the previous marketing company. There was no transparency within that. We tried to have conversations with them many times, and it always seemed to get shut down. The Old Town area, which Google AI said was about a square mile, within that square mile is a great diversity of small businesses. The vast majority of those small businesses are independent small business people, not chains, not corporations that take their money out of state. This is kind of like the heart of what Scottsdale started with. I mean, that's why we have a Main Street, and a lot of those small businesses are on Main Street. This is Main Street, Scottsdale. We got to really put a lot of time and effort into doing this, and I completely applaud the city for wanting to make a change, having a different company doing it, sending out the RFP. I saw some of the stuff that came out in paperwork, and a lot of it was redacted, which kind of surprised me and kind of depressed me. Like, I don't know what's not being shown, but one of the graphs that I saw kind of threw me a little bit, where it looked like in a business situation for marketing, it looked like salary and payments were literally 50% of it, and 40% of it was going to be the actual advertising. So as myself, as a small business person, I can't possibly spend that kind of money to have my advertising done. I'd like to see a whole lot more of that money going towards the actual marketing, the actual advertising. So I know there's an awful lot of moving parts within that, but I would say that you're cradling the heart of Scottsdale, and I'd like to see complete transparency, a lot of engagement, understanding that there's a lot of unique situations. I mean, I represent the Arts District. I'm on the Scottsdale Gallery Association board. So, my heart is really arts, but within the arts, there's an awful lot of diversity too. You go up and down Fifth Avenue, there's a lot of handcrafted objects that are handcrafted that aren't quote unquote the fine arts, but they're all art. I mean, they really are. So we have something really unique in the city of Scottsdale that other cities aspire to. And I would like, to see this marketing contract really engage the businesses that are there, and not just the locals, not just, the outer towners, but all of that. Let's put it all together and make this downtown be an exciting place that all of, the city council would like to go on Thursday nights for Art Walk, or Saturday afternoon to walk around. So I applaud that we're going in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Pejman.
Thank you, Mayor Borowski, council members. My name is Bob Pejman. That address is on the record. And Old Town needs a lot of help. We're very excited to have a first-rate agency take over the marketing of Old Town. To put this in perspective, you have to look at this one paragraph on the second, actually it's the second paragraph of the council report. It says, the contracted work for the past 9 years did not have a scope of work specific to Old Town Scottsdale. And that's pretty alarming. Past 9 years, there was no, so I'm super happy that our city manager, with the help of Judy Doyle and the support of the council, decided to put this out to bid. Because, for 9 years, I begged the previous city manager and the councils to put that to bid. And it fell on deaf ears, so we're super excited about that. This is a big deal. Old Town is a very special place. It has to be targeted marketed strategically. And the recent Keene survey, which by the way was a great survey, showed that there's a great disconnect between the businesses and the tourism plan and the marketing. And again, we're very excited to have this addressed through hiring a new ad agency. Now, I looked at the proposal that was on the council agenda. Over 20 pages were redacted up until now, and I just realized that you as the council members have the unredacted version. I still don't have it, the public doesn't have it, so this was done last minute. But the way the city's contract reads, the RFP and the proposal basically form the contract. So given the redactions, I can't say how the RFP requirements are reflected in the proposal. So, and some of that items are, how we're gonna target market and do targeted campaigns. $1.3 million is allocated for fiscal year 2025-26. Just found out from Rachel Smetana that about $1 million is left over for the second part of the fiscal year, which is basically the season. But that is not reflected in the contract. So it has to be reflected that, that almost $1 million is going to be spent pretty much during the season up until June. Let me see what else. Well, having to do with the allocation of the budget, it seems that about 40% of the budget is spent on actual ads. So out of 1.3 million, that's about $520,000. So I really hope that we can squeeze more marketing, actual marketing out of this contract. And in the subsequent years, for sure, some of the legwork is done up front. So, you've done all the research and, all the templates and all the, the material and all that. So I'm hoping that, especially in the subsequent years, that portion goes down so we get a much bigger allocation of marketing. And one last item. In the RFP, it has Old Town broken into 9 districts. And in my opinion, that has to be converged into 4 districts. Historic Old Town, Arts District, Fifth Avenue, Waterfront, and the Entertainment District. That reduces dilution of marketing on the districts. And also Fashion Square. I mean, they are one of the best performing malls in the US, and they're self-promoted. Frankly, we should learn from them how to market Old Town. Thank you. So they don't really need our help. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the comments on this 15A. Councilwoman Whitehead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Rachel. I am also enthusiastic about a new vendor. I think that is an exciting change and opportunity. I just want to point out something that I've heard from quite a few residents, and this will be a challenge, and it's a challenge for this city council, because marketing alone is not going to help us help our small businesses during the summer months. As we've seen the heat rising, our tourism goes way down in the summer, but what I'm hearing is a new trend, and that's that our residents are leaving for the summer. So I've spoken with many small businesses who are suffering because of the heat. So it isn't just marketing, but that's for another discussion. It was just interesting to hear our speakers. Every meeting we have speakers about the sustainability plan. So we really have to address the problem with the summer. So let's talk about the rest of the year. I wonder if one thing I would like to get is accurate data. So I think Mr. Pejman said that Old Town needs help, and I hear that a lot from people who live up by me or further north and haven't been to Old Town in quite a few years. So I spend a lot of time down there, and what I would like is some data on, certainly this season, Saturday morning, go down to Old Town, 7 a.m. by the waterfront, and there must be 1,000 people running and then having coffee and pastries afterwards. I'm one of those people. So I think that's what we need, first of all, for marketing, is to let the residents of Scottsdale know what's really happening in Old Town, which is quite a lot. This past, during the Canal Convergence, the concert series, I just need data of how many people are coming to these events. Just for fall alone will be astonishing. Interestingly, I have been able to find a parking spot every time, but I think that's the message. We need a new message that, yes, we have a nightlife that's mostly in the northeast quadrant, but there is a whole lot going on, and our boutiques, our new hotels coming in. So that's a positive story is the first thing I wanted to kind of get out there. Second, I want to commend staff. has done a fabulous job. Experience Scottsdale focuses on bringing people from out of state. Our staff has done an incredible job focusing on local marketing. So who makes the decision on what we pay to change and what stays the same? And I want to point out the website is fabulous. That's the city. I guess you all do the website internally. Who does that website? It's fabulous.
Mayor, members of council, we do some of the front end entry on the, everyone go, oldtownscottsdaleaz.com. And so we do some work internally, but it has been hosted by our previous vendor, and we own it, and so we'll be transferring over to the James Agency for that help as well, for that back-end help and, making sure it's always fresh. We do the calendar, but there is a lot that goes into making sure your website is always the #1 Google search when you are looking for Old Town Scottsdale.
Yeah, it does come up. Okay, so it'll be back-end stuff making and updates, but the website itself stays the same?
I anticipate it would stay the same. Yes, I think it's just a transfer of ownership, really.
Okay, not a transfer of ownership.
Not really ownership,
Okay.
yeah, transfer of how we manage that, yeah.
Okay, and so what else are you foreseeing for changes? We also have monthly get-togethers with business. What do you see as being different with this contract?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilwoman Whitehead. I'm just excited for a new creative vision, right? We had an agency with us for 9 years, and after 9 years, we're ready for something new. I think that one thing that Veronique and her team did when they gave the presentation is really understand that we're ready to pivot. Old Town Scottsdale has a bit of a reputation as a nighttime party scene, and that's fine. We have room for all businesses, but also to enhance our reputation and kind of redirect it so that it's arts and culture, shopping, restaurants, and and not just known so much for specifically the nightlife. There's a ton down here. I mean, we were built on arts and culture, and so we really want to bring that back. We've got lovely public art, museums, all sorts of wonderful things to see, in addition to our arts district and galleries and some amazing restaurants. And so I think it's just time to pivot a bit and start talking about those things too.
Okay, well, I definitely support that, and you've done a fabulous job. Scottsdazzle and all of the Scottsdale arts programs have, just like I said, I'm really looking forward to seeing that data and seeing some ideas on how to make sure that the tens of thousands of people who haven't been to Old Town recently now know to show up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman DeBascus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Rachel, I think a number of us have mentioned that you have done so much work over the course of the last 6 or 8 months to really evaluate the Old Town marketing and take a look and a dive into where we're at, what's going on. We had anecdotal evidence from a variety of hotels and restaurants and folks come here, but then also I think it was absolutely validated by the Keene report that there is certainly something that needs additional assistance from the city, certainly requested by the merchants going on in Old Town. So I have been very enthusiastic about the opportunity to improve the marketing in Old Town. 1.3, I've heard 1.3, I've heard $1.5 million. That's a lot of money that could really have an enormous impact on the Old Town area. So I will echo what some of the comments have been so far, which is that I was surprised in this presentation to see 40% of the 1.3 million would go to advertising costs. So that pencils out to a little over, yeah, that's on page 78 of the presentation. That pencils out to a little over 500,000. Frankly, I thought out of $1.3, $1.5 million, $1 million would be spent on advertising. This isn't a huge budget. It's not a $20 million budget, right? It is a small budget. And I think that we have an expectation to be kind of scrappy with that budget and to really make it stretch as far as we can. So I was really disappointed to see that number. I think we have an obligation to our merchants to deliver as much advertising as possible. I just can't, I can't get on board with a third, around a third of that number being the actual advertising budget. And so for that reason, I'm actually going to move to, hold on, we changed the slide here.
Excuse me.
Shoot, I lost my spot. Yeah, I'm going to move to not adopt Resolution 13562 and ask the city to go back to the drawing board. I think that we have really smart people within the city. I think the city could potentially even pick this project up and run with it at a great cost. If we hired 1 or 2 people that were great at marketing, then we could spend the $1 million. So I think that there's more that we could do here and more that we could deliver to our merchants. I think our merchants are begging for help here. And so I'll move to vote no on 13562.
I'll second that.
All right, there's a motion on the table. I would like to offer an alternate motion, and I'll speak to the reason why. I think that this is a great idea. There's a different subset of talents and expertise that comes with a firm and people that are 100% dedicated to public relations and marketing. And I don't know that that's what your department should be dedicated to. I mean, I know you're spread very thin. If there's an opportunity to hire a really top-notch creative type in your budget for your department, I think that's a good idea. But collaboration, experience, and also the assets that they have the ability to tap into is unrealistic to put in your office, in my opinion. I think Old Town is it's a top priority for me. Revitalization, top priority for my administration and for the next 3 years. So I think we can't, I don't think we should be short-sighted about it, not that the motion is short-sighted. But I do think, and this was going to be my proposal, I have concerns on, I have a list, 3 pages of questions, and I think there's 20 questions in here. So 21. So I definitely had my share of questions that are probably not best suited for the dais to go through all these questions. I agree, when Bob Pejman said that with the amount of money being dedicated to advertising, I think doesn't pass the test of balance and value. Again, no offense, because we were not involved in the negotiation on this. I'm not exactly sure what that includes, and I did read through the presentation. I see what you've given to us, but we have an economic development subcommittee. I think, and Vice Mayor Quasman chairs that committee. I think this would be, instead of a no, I think we should maybe sharpen the pencil and go back to look at this with a subcommittee of the council. I think Councilwoman DeBoscus, in fact, I know you're on that subcommittee, and maybe that would be a really good use of the subcommittee's time, talent, and focus. And so with that, I would make an alternate motion to not table this entirely, but take this entire presentation, and by the way, I thought it was a great presentation, and I know it's a great agency, take it back to the table, if you will, to vet it, fine-tune it, and maybe come back with a product that we can get our heads around and hearts behind.
Point of order. I just want to know the difference between the 2 motions, the 2 alternate motions.
It wasn't a continuance. My motion is to postpone, I guess it's a continuance, postpone, redivert this agenda item to go before our subcommittee of Economic Development Subcommittee and bring it back to the council.
I'll second that.
City Attorney wants to say something in case we're breaking any rules.
So, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, whatever the City Council does in this matter, they have to follow the procurement code. And Councilwoman DeBoscus, I think her motion was saying, let's not award a contract and go back and do a new procurement process. I'm not totally sure, Mayor, what your, I don't think the procurement code has contemplated having a subcommittee of the council review a matter. So I believe the most effective thing, and also without looking at the procurement code further, would be to either award the contract or not, and then start the process again. And we can look at, as part of that process, perhaps getting input from the subcommittee, et cetera. But we shouldn't try to invent a new process on the fly.
Well, I just don't feel comfortable, postponing this indefinitely or sending it out for, rebid. I don't think that's the best use. I'm sorry to hear that our Economic Development Subcommittee can't take a closer look at this. So I don't know that it makes sense that we would have to open this back up for an RFP. That doesn't really make sense, but I know you haven't had time to research the impact, if whatever the impact would be for the procurement code. So I guess we could move to continue it and put it on
I'll
hold
second that.
instead of throwing it in the, in the can and starting over. So why don't I do an alternate motion to postpone consideration on this until the next available meeting? Again, that puts us on hold, on ice for the December budget, but go ahead.
Mayor, may I, if I may? So I do believe the contract, what you're referring to is in the proposal, which is the projected, how do you have it in here? Projected investment. And so you'll see there's text in there that says, based on what we know about today, the actual contract itself really speaks to their pricing sheet. And so this is their proposal. We never got to negotiate this. This is what they submitted along with 10 other agencies, and this is what we agreed to was their price per hour and the a commission on the media buy. What we have budgeted right now in my department is a little closer to $600,000. So I don't know that that completely ameliorates the concern, but I do want to point out that we do ask a lot of them. The creative work behind designing 6 to 8 campaigns, the stakeholder engagement, the public relations. So, a lot of these things that we're asking of them are separate from an actual media buy. So the media buy, and we're not really, the contract doesn't call out a specific percentage according to the pricing proposal. So we've got a little flexibility in here to follow your direction as well. So just wanted to point those few things out. Thank you.
That is helpful, and I did notice the $170 an hour, for all the various professionals and tasks, and so your point is that this is a pay-as-you-go contract, and you have oversight and direction potentially.
Absolutely.
As the administrator of the contract, and would there be any reason why they couldn't interface with the Economic Development Subcommittee if we so approve this tonight? Because I really don't want to put this on hold for another 2 or 3, 4 months. I don't think that's the best idea, and if we are only in it for as much as you're approving, and maybe your discretion would be to allocate more toward resources in marketing, then I would support it this evening and go forward and kind of check in, I guess, at the next council meeting to see what improvements we would have made. I know there's a contract, I get it, pursuant to the RFP, but it's kind of a rock and a hard place just based on what we know.
Mayor, thank you very much. And I would love to get Veronique in front of the Council Committee on Economic Development. She has a lot of amazing ideas. She's incredibly energetic and articulate. And so we would welcome the opportunity to come in and speak more to this contract and to the work she's going to do, and a little bit about the strategic planning process, which is largely what was redacted from the proposal attached to the council report. It's all super exciting. I know a lot of folks in town know the James Agency, and I think there's a lot of faith that we are going to move forward in a new direction that is positively impactful.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, I'm withdrawing my motion to continue it. But I do have one final question before we address the motion that's on the table. How do you foresee this contract, if awarded, interfacing with Experience Scottsdale? Because it's a little nerve-wracking bringing an entire new player into an environment where we have so many people focused on, so many different groups focused on what should be marketing, which includes Old Town. So how would you see them interfacing with Experience Scottsdale and Scottsdale Arts?
Thank you, Mayor. That's a great question. We absolutely love when our partners come to the table. As mentioned earlier, Experience Scottsdale brings people to the destination, and really what we're focused on and really what we've heard from the merchants is they want the locals to come back. I think the statistic is about 80% of the people that visit Scottsdale go to Old Town, but nobody's making it from the north past Kierland. Nobody is coming from some of the neighborhoods in Mason, Gilbert. So we're going to be focused on that, making Old Town exciting and cool and a destination that appeals to the people in the valley. And that's really the delineation between our work and Experience Scottsdale's work. However, I meet monthly with Experience Scottsdale's marketing team, so we are not stepping on each other's toes or we're being efficient with the funds that we have. Scottsdale Arts as well, their marketing team is very small, but we absolutely roll them into a lot of what we do in Old Town. So I think it can be a very cooperative effort, and we're very lucky here with the city with the use of the bed tax funds to be able to, kind of take the lead on a lot of that.
Last question. What was the budget for the last vendor for the last fiscal year?
Thank you. So last fiscal year, the budget was $1,087,000. We only spent $816,000. I got here last fall, and then by spring, it was pretty obvious that we needed to change. It took a while for us to make that pivot. So the actuals that we spent was about $816,000 last year, and I believe about half of that was for marketing purchase.
So about half. Okay. So you could oversee this and perhaps move in that direction. All right, I don't have any further questions. I do see a city attorney wants to say something.
Mayor and members of the council, there's still a motion on the floor, and I believe it has a second. If the offer of the motion is so inclined, I'd ask her to make a motion to deny the contract versus not adopt the contract.
I'll make the motion to deny the contract.
I'll accept that revision.
All right, I have some more speakers on the board. Councilman Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a good conversation. I tend to, the reason I seconded the motion is because I tend to agree that the overhead is just, it's too much. And the amount of redacting, the amount of, the extent and volume of redacting to me was disappointing because I couldn't get to what the proposal was when I was trying to read it. Ms. Mastana, who was on the selection committee for this particular vendor?
There were Mayor, Councilman Graham, there were 5 members that were voting members, included me, Michelle Myers from Experience Scottsdale, marketing, Kirsten Hooshagen, who does marketing for economic development, Alex Sanchez, who is a communications supervisor here with the city, and Nick Kroll, who is in our long-range planning department with a focus on historic preservation. We also had Angelica Chipulo, who works with me in Old Town as an advisor, a non-voting member, as well as Judy Doyle. So they could ask questions, provide input, but they were non-voting members.
So we, Experience Scottsdale is a vendor. We had a vendor approve voting on the approval of another vendor.
Mayor, Councilman Graham, yes, her professional experience seemed germane. This is a different kind of marketing. We are marketing here in the Valley. It didn't feel like there was any sort of conflict of interest. And we asked to declare conflict of interest. There was no agency she'd worked for in the past that had bid on this RFP.
See, I don't know if I'm comfortable with that because, like, when I have my clients at my job, you don't go to your clients' other vendors. You always go through your client to the vendor if they want you to do something. They expressly have you do it. So I'm very uncomfortable. There was some discussion about pushing them to interface with Experience Scottsdale, who is a vendor, a third-party vendor, to interface with Scottsdale Arts, who is a third-party nonprofit vendor. Both of them nonprofits. I'm not comfortable with that. City manager, do we have policies on this type of third-party exchanges that maybe we need to look at that?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Graham, I would defer to Treasurer who oversees our procurement process here for the City of Scottsdale.
Yeah, Madam Mayor and council members, Councilman Graham, I will have to get back to you on that and make sure I give you a complete answer for that.
Yeah, that right there alone makes me uncomfortable. Thank you for answering the question about who was on the selection committee. I agree with Councilwoman Dabauskas about the 40%, only 40% is guaranteed to reach actual media placements. I wasn't really impressed with describing Old Town in 9 distinct districts. You know, I'm not a marketing expert, but I've listened to you guys and Experience Scottsdale and others. I've never heard 9 distinct districts in Old Town. I just never heard that. You know, commonly we have 4 to 5. Is kind of what I think. Ms. Matana, would you like to say something?
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that, and I don't disagree that we have some major districts down there and that really Fashion Square doesn't need any of our marketing dollars, and thank you, Fashion Square, for being so successful. But if you look at this spur right here, there are kind of 9 spokes on it, so it was contemplated back when we did this branding exercise. Whether we need it or not, whether we need to work with the James Agency to think through that, it's been around since we've had this logo.
I just wanted to make a few comments. I think we've had Happy, our prior vendor, we had them since 2016. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes, 2016.
About 9 years.
Yes.
I mean, we know what we're trying to do. We're trying to reposition Old Town as a year-round, upscale, culture-rich destination. We're trying to move away from the party vibe, the bachelorette vibe, to something a little higher scale. And that's, you know, there were things in this packet that I did agree with about who we're targeting, the type of affluent visitor and customer that we're trying to attract. I think that if people knew how much tax dollars over the recent years we've spent to market Scottsdale and how little taxpayers have gotten, not to mention how we've shifted the perceptions that we've developed with those tax dollars, I think they'd be disappointed. So those are my remarks for the time being, but I seconded the motion.
Councilwoman Littlefield.
Thank you, Mayor. I have to echo Jan and Barry's comments, and the reason is, as a small business person myself, my husband and I have run a small business for 40 years, and we know how tight money can be when you're running a very tight budget. And you're spending a lot of money on this advertising for their businesses, but what, 60% of it isn't? It's not going to that? To me, as a small business owner, I'm looking at that saying it's a waste of money. Why would I want to do that? I can't support that kind of an overhead figure for this. I do support doing marketing for the Old Town area, and I do support having contracts to do that. I would like you to see if you could do some research and find some better contracts, maybe renegotiate with this company a little bit, and see if we can't come up with some better terms and division of funds, because that really just struck me as a lot, excessive for small businesses to come up with for the overhead of an advertising company. So that's my big concern with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Littlefield. And I do want to point out that the contract doesn't have that percentage breakdown. The contract we pay per hour, and that the creative work is work, the videos and all that stuff. Although it's not a direct media spend, there, it's not just Post-it notes and overhead. So I don't want to be defensive about it if this is the way it goes, but I did want to point out that the contract and the proposal are two different things. We never had any input on the proposal.
Thank you. That's good to know.
Councilwoman Whitehead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Rachel. I just want to point out that this year we've done a lot of throwing out, and we waste a lot of money that way. I agree, I have concerns. Honestly, I was concerned initially about changing the vendor because Scottsdale, the last 3 years, have broken records. And many of those records were broken right here in Old Town. So we're experiencing incredible successes. And my thought initially was, why break something that's working fine? However, this process was initiated by the small businesses, was it not? Wasn't this a request of the small businesses?
Mayor, Councilwoman, indeed, it was through conversation with the Old Town merchants that we embarked on this.
Okay,
I think that's fair to say.
And the other thing and perhaps I had the opportunity to, before I came to this meeting, learn about this contract, so I'm not coming here surprised. There's no set amount that we're committing in this contract. We're, like we do with other contracts, we're approving an allowable expenditure, and then it's up to our staff, who have been amazing, again, Scott's dazzle anyone, to decide where we need a little boost in order to help the very small businesses that requested this. And we've spent how long preparing this?
We started this in August and finished in November.
And have you had how many meetings? Do you know off the top of your head how many meetings, how much input went into this from the business community?
The business community largely, we used the Keen engagement study, and really we even attached it to the RFP and said, we need you to be responsive to this. So that was our hope in making sure that we had a process that our Old Town merchants felt comfortable with.
Okay, and if we start from scratch, we'll basically use the same process. How many vendors applied or put in applications for this contract?
Mayor, Councilwoman, 11.
11. So are we going to get 11 different ones? I mean, I'm not sure where we're going with this. So another question is about the tax dollars. Well, I just want to point out there's been a lot of talk about misuse of tax dollars in this. Tonight must be the night that we talk about that. We have the second lowest taxes in the valley, and I don't know any city in the US of A that has a better quality of life. So I'd like to just point that out. Now, the tax dollars for this come from tourism. Where are the tax dollars coming from?
They are bed tax, transient sales tax.
So let's make that perfectly clear for our residents. This is not your tax dollars, thankfully. it's the visitor tax dollars that are funding a quality of life we all get to enjoy. Now, I will say that I was surprised about the 9 districts. I was surprised about the redactions. I was surprised by a few things. Again, I did my homework, so I didn't come here and just, not understand the contract. But because of that confusion, I'm perfectly fine continuing it. I think there was some confusion from our interim city attorney, but I would like to continue it so that we can have good answers and anyone in Old Town, anyone in the public, any visitor for that matter, can review the unredacted contract. Would that be permissible, interim city attorney? Continue it.
We're trying to figure out how long this particular contract can be open before the award period ends.
Thank you. I knew that was an issue.
We haven't been able to determine that yet. We've reached out to the purchasing director.
I just want to say that for the sake of Old Town, for the sake of a contract that this city has spent money through this process, I am willing to meet in the month of December to hold a special meeting after the public and this city council has time to review the contract they were supposed to review before we got here, because to throw it out is a waste of tax dollars, and it undermines all the businesses that requested this and all the businesses that are excited about a new vendor and a new opportunity to to do even better than we have for the last three years in Old Town. So what I will do is move to continue item 15A, Old Town Scottsdale Advertising, Marketing, and Public Relations Services Contract, resolution number 13562, for another 2 weeks to allow time for full review of an unredacted contract and then hold a virtual meeting to vote on the item.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so we have an alternate motion, which we're going to vote on. I will vote for that. However, I do want to speak to my vote before I cast it. A couple of things we've learned here tonight. Well, I do have a question. This $1.325 million was approved. It's in the budget, right? We've already approved this money. Am I mistaken there?
Yes, Mayor, that's true.
We haven't approved a vendor, but we get that, Councilman Graham. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about a budget amount that's been approved, and we've selected a vendor, and we're here to approve that. So pushing this down and not having a vendor, which we've had for 9 years, doing this outsourcing, we are being left completely uncovered with the Old Town marketing, right?
Mayor, members of council.
Besides your office, excuse me.
Well, thank you for that. We actually do, since we use that cooperative agreement, that agreement is technically good, I think, until next September or something like that. We do have some more months on the last time we did a cooperative agreement that didn't include any of this scoping work.
So with the prior vendor, is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they're in until September. No matter what?
No, this would supersede that, yes.
So we're not spending any more money because we already have this approved in the budget. So it's the prior vendor, plus you've taken it out of your own budget to fill the gap, is what I heard you say, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by taking it out of my own budget.
I thought you said you weren't spending up to $300,000 to get through December.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, we've only spent about $300,000 on Old Town marketing advertising from June until, that's my estimate, by the end of September. So it's not been the robust marketing and advertising while we waited to onboard a new vendor.
Okay, so this is an approved budget amount, and we are now looking at the vendor, who seems very qualified, and I'm sure we could get the information that we need. So therefore, I don't support denying approval of this. I will support having another special meeting to come back and, get some questions answered in the meantime. But I'm not comfortable leaving Old Town completely, vendorless. And I know we have the prior vendor, so maybe that's good coverage, but I'll support the continuance. That there's a motion, alternate motion on the table for. City
Mayor, I
Clerk.
apologize.
Go ahead.
For the alternate motion, the virtual meeting, we normally don't allow public comment at our virtual meetings, or normally for things like certifying election results or canvassing the election. So we historically haven't done public comment. So if it's okay, what I would recommend is that the council members that could attend a meeting, we'll hold it here. And then the council members that can't, we can patch them in virtually.
I guess because I was on council during COVID, we did have public comment.
Okay.
But that's fine.
Okay.
Will your second go for that, the in-person?
Yes.
How about, will you consider a revision to this? Because I heard our city attorney say they're waiting to find out the deadline that we would have. So at the next, at the next available meeting date, that we would revisit this before the deadline.
Yes, I would. And I just want to add one more thing that I'm requesting that was unclear. So, this idea of a huge amount of funding, or percentage of the dollars going to people versus marketing, I think this is a pretty staff-intensive work that is going to be performed. So I think some explanation is needed there. I mean, if I am donating to a charity to save whatever, a rainforest, and 90% is going to a staff person, and 10% is going to the rainforest, I'd be concerned. So I think that is the sentiment that we're hearing here. So I think what we need is a better explanation of what the work is and how the dollars are being spent, and so that we don't have this discomfort about a huge amount of administrative costs.
All right. Do you want to speak to this, Vice Mayor Quasman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a very broad-based comment that I want to make. This is a good discussion to have. And I understand the contract is not the large, it's $1 million here and $1 million there. Pretty soon you're talking about real money, right? But this is a good conversation to have, because there's a reason why these contracts go in front of the City Council and procurement goes in front of the City Council. And be very clear here. My friend, Councilmember Whitehead, and I, up here, we spar off the dais. We are dear friends, and it's nice to have that. But Councilmember Whitehead stated that staff worked very hard on this. I believe you that you worked really hard on this. There's no contract that staff doesn't work really hard on, and so the question is, do the residents expect us to be a rubber stamp, no offense to the staff, or are we put here to act as a board of directors as a check on plenty of things? We talk about Westworld, we talk about general plans, we're going to hold things up. We talk about it's always going to create expediency problems to put any check on anything. This was an appropriate time to curb the brakes and pump the brakes. We have the coverage. My understanding, is it not true, we have coverage till next September, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's it. We have coverage till next September. This contract is not what we want because it does not have the type of balance of expenditure toward advertising versus personnel costs to it. It was worked hard on, I believe you. It was put in front of the council. This is not the contract that we want. We're going to act as a board of directors here, and that's why we're going to vote no on this contract. Thank you.
Councilwoman Tabascus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Very well said, Vice Mayor. It's our job to look over things and take it from a policy perspective and ask ourselves, what would the residents ask of us? The residents ask of us to be very careful with their dollars. There was a statement made tonight that bed tax dollars aren't residents' dollars, but that's not true. every single dollar that comes in as revenue, we are responsible for and belongs to the residents of the city of Scottsdale. And we are obligated to be careful with those dollars. And so I think it's okay if it takes a little bit more time to get this right. It's very, very important. Scottsdale is one of the most interesting and different and vibrant cities in the United States. Old Town is our gem. It is our obligation to be very careful with this and to not take it lightly and to ask for more, ask for the best that we can possibly get for Old Town Scottsdale, for our merchants, for our residents, and for the value of their dollars. And so that's why I will not support this continuance. I'd like to see us do better. Thank you.
Councilman Graham.
So I was thinking about it, and I agree with Councilwoman Dabauskas on her comments. I was kind of writing some notes here and thinking about why our vendors shouldn't really talk to each other without us, without our express permission. A lot of cities have this issue, or this is a very common prohibition for cities and governments. If vendors, third-party vendors, are talking with each other and coordinating or approving contracts, there is a risk about bid tampering and favoritism for bids. There is a risk if one of our vendors is talking to another one, or maybe want to bid on that, that may influence the competitive bid process. It also loses, from a government standpoint, we also lose some of our control. And do we have any language in this contract whether or not Experience Scottsdale can subcontract with James Agency or vice versa? Because that would destabilize, I think, some of that. So again, very uncomfortable with our third-party vendors coordinating, especially outside of our supervision. So I want to put an emphasis on that.
Councilman Graham, may I clarify? I want to make sure I'm clear. So we had a marketing person from Experience Scottsdale under our control through the purchasing process, evaluate the proposals. They didn't coordinate, and they weren't part of the contract development. Is there a nuance in there, or are you?
They're a voting member. They're picking. They're voting. They're picking our vendor. Well, they're recommending who we pick as a vendor. Did you ask Experience Scottsdale if they've ever subcontracted with James Agency?
We did ask for any conflicts of interest. I don't know if that was specifically called out, but thank you for the clarification.
I also fundamentally disagree that bed taxes are not our tax dollars. I completely agree with Councilwoman Dabauskas. I've stayed at hotels in Scottsdale. Many of you have too. You've paid those bed taxes. Those are our tax dollars, and we up here and our city staff are responsible for stewarding them. It's not, you can't just wall off tax dollars because you think that the source doesn't fit the bill. If we're responsible for spending those are our tax dollars, and I've heard that a few times, and I fundamentally disagree with it. I've also take exception to the comment that, hey, tourism is up and taxes are low, so everything's good, don't change anything. Our strengths in Scottsdale did not happen by accident, and they can erode fast, very quickly, if we lose discipline, and things can careen out of control very quickly. In a single season, you can have a deterioration in your brand. Taxpayers, I don't know if taxpayers know how much money of their tax dollars, yes, it's tax dollars, that has been spent to pump up the party vibe of Scottsdale. They would be very disappointed. And we need to take another look at that, a very serious look at that. So just because tourism is record-breaking and taxes are low doesn't mean that we shouldn't stay on top. We should not keep a laser focus on what actually got us here, which is a laser focus on upscale, year-round visitors instead of volume-driven spring break crowds, protecting Old Town's authentic character instead of letting it drift into generic nightlife, and keeping the bed tax money laser-focused on destination marketing that benefits the whole cities, not just one late night section. So those are my comments about why I will be opposing the alternate motion. Thank you.
I'm going to call the question. So we have an alternate motion on the table, except for Councilwoman Whitehead is going to modify it according to the discussion.
I would like to modify it, and protecting resident tax dollars is exactly why I'm not throwing out 8 months of work, and I'm asking my council colleagues to fix that which we have spent your tax dollars generating. And there's been some very good questions about this contract, and I would like answers. And
excuse me, point of order, if you'll stick to
Okay, let me stick to the
motion.
Thank you, Mayor. It's getting quite late. I would like to amend my motion to continue item 15A, Old Town Scottsdale Advertising, Marketing, and Public Relations Services contract until a date determined by staff that meets our contractual requirement, so that this council has the opportunity to up or down it, but with complete information. Thank you so much.
I'll second that motion.
With that, we can vote on the motion to continue to the next required meeting time when we would have to have the deadline. All those in favor? All right, that motion fails. So as a result, we'll vote on the denial of the motion.
Point of order, may I ask Councilmember Dabauskas to restate your motion? I don't know if there was any clarifications you wanted to make.
The city attorney asked me to clarify that the motion would be to reject Resolution 13562. Is that correct?
Mayor and members of the council, deny.
Deny.
Yeah.
Okay, we will deny Resolution 13562.
All right, all those in favor of that motion, please indicate your vote. All right, thank you. That was a very long and lively conversation, and hopefully you can get back on track with that.
Thank you.
Moving right along. Next, we have proposed amendments to the rules of council procedure. And before we go to the discussion from our city attorney, I would like to call up the speakers on this item number 16, starting with Steve Sutton, followed by Raul Zubia, then Mark Lentz, Christopher Jaluni, I hope I'm saying that right, and Linda Millhaven, and then lastly, but never last, Yvonne Cahill. Go ahead, Steve.
It's okay with the council members missing?
We have a quorum. We're not going to stop the
Thank you.
meeting, so thank you.
Mayor Borowski and council. I have to tell you, these proposed rules and the public statements I've seen defending them are my first close-up look at a rhetorical political suicide vest one council member has constructed that could blow up the entire council. I just marvel at the redundancy of rhetorical detonators I keep seeing being installed with each passing day. Rhetorical detonators like the statements by Adam Quasman that objections to the new rules are, quote, entirely political, and, quote, the utilization of non-agendized items are by the same three individuals who have been disturbing the flow of the meeting, and they are doing it purposely for political purposes, end quote. Councilman Quasman, those are not truthful statements. These non-agendized items are mentioned during that period of the meeting flow between the mayor's announcement of a possible executive session and the approval of minutes. You know, the part of the meeting that's called public comment. In regard to your claim that objections are, quote, entirely political, end quote, I suspect the trial attorney would probably say, objection, there are no facts and evidence. I'm not an attorney, but I have watched Law and Order on television. I'm going to again say, and I've said this countless times to other people, I'm not a politician. I will never be a candidate for office, and I don't want to serve on any city commissioner board. Councilman Quasman claims that the new rules are, quote, streamline counseling meetings while still preserving residents' First Amendment rights, end quote. Councilman Quasman, this is where I know you are deliberately not telling the truth. In fact, I think you're deliberately lying to manipulate Scottsdale residents into thinking you're protecting them and their city council from the, quote, same three individuals. For those Scottsdalians who don't already know, be aware that Councilman Quasman is also Adam Quasman, Esquire, attorney at law, and as such is well educated about the United States Constitution, which is why I know he knows there's not a First Amendment right to speak at these council meetings. Mayor Borowski and council members, the most important political thing I want from you is that you do not build an unnecessary $20 million garage that disrespects the cultural and historical significance of the old Adobe Mission, ends the 16-year tradition of the farmers market across from the Mission, and harms historic Old Town's merchants and ambiance. The other political things I want from you are not to tamper with public comment with restrictions or petition restrictions, and not to lose the city tens of millions of dollars, and to stop creating more political turmoil than has ever been seen before in Scottsdale history.
Thank you, Steve. Raul Zubia.
Point of order, Mayor. Was there a staff presentation which normally comes before public comment?
No, it's at the discretion of the chair, and we are taking public comment first. Thank you.
Well, there's an order in our rules of procedure, so I was just wondering if the staff had a presentation.
We'll have the city attorney speak to that because I've answered your question.
Mayor, members of the City Council, City Clerk Ben Lane and I actually discussed this earlier, and we actually made a request that the public comment be done first.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
But, excuse me, Luis, will you please address the point of order that he had, which is the order of which actions can be taken? That's at the discretion of the chair, is it not?
Mayor, that's correct. The mayor does have authority to change the agenda.
Thank you. So I'll proceed with Raul Zubia.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Raul Zubia, South Scottsdale resident. Address is on file. And as you know, the strength of local government comes from the trust residents place in the process, knowing our voices matter and that the city welcomes participation. And that's why I think these suggested rules concern me. I understand the desire to improve efficiency, but cutting public comment from 3 minutes to 2 and pushing the only open comment period to the very end of the meeting makes it extremely difficult for working residents and families to participate. Public input shouldn't land at the point in the meeting when most people can't reasonably stay. Also, the new petition requirements add unnecessary barriers, and petition gives residents a simple way to raise concerns. Extra hurdles only discourage engagement at a time when we should open more doors and not close them. Now, I don't believe the intent was to silence the public, but these changes would limit participation, reduce flexibility, and create more distance between residents and council. You can update rules without shrinking the public's voice, and you can improve efficiency without sacrificing transparency. So for these reasons, I urge you to vote no on these amendments and continue working towards rules that keep Scottsdale open, accessible, and responsive to the people you serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Raul. Mark Rentz.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Mark Rentz, and I'm here representing myself. One need look no further than how this agenda item 16 is laid out in your agenda to realize there has not been a lot of consideration given to the impacts on the general public of Scottsdale. I don't know what rules of council procedure are, and there's no discussion of rules of council procedure with regards to what's in the proposal. I don't expect a long statement, but there's more description in almost every other item that's here that would alert those who might have an interest that they may want to come before you. That being said, the proposed changes to the council's rules of procedure have major impacts on the future governance of the city of Scottsdale. Over time, these proposed changes could significantly affect the relationship between the city council and the citizens of Scottsdale. Democracy encourages deliberation, insisting that we take time necessary to understand and accommodate our common values. Last night I listened to your meeting here. I listened to your work study session on memorials, and quite frankly, I was impressed. Not so much that I agreed, and I probably would never agree with all the comments made, but the fact that the council members were exchanging ideas, were exchanging opinions, and were exchanging possible alternatives to consider. I thought that was a very productive work study session. The reason I bring that up is that leads to my 3 recommendations for the council to consider. My first recommendation is that you hold in abeyance any vote on agenda item 16 and direct staff to put together a work study session. This matter has no urgency. There's no emergency requiring immediate action. My proposal would allow sufficient time for the mayor and council members to interact, as well as staff, interact with interested members of the Scottsdale citizenry. Furthermore, there is a greater likelihood that for consensus as a result of public participation. My second recommendation is that if you're not willing to hold this in abeyance, that you vote on the recommended amendments individually as opposed to as a bundle of amendments. It's too complicated for people to understand something that has such a significant impact on them. Let's take the time, get the input, and make sure our citizenry understands what you're proposing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Christopher Agiluni, is that right?
That's absolutely right,
Just
Madam
like
Mayor.
it's spelled.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor and members of the council and staff. My name is Christopher Agiloni. Good job. And I'm here tonight as a Scottsdale homeowner, and I also founded a nonprofit in Scottsdale. I wanted to hear your thoughts on this proposal. I'm sad I'm going first, but I wanted to share my own perspective. From the document as written, this resolution would cut public comment from 2 opportunities to 1. It would move comments to the very end of the meeting. It would reduce speaking time from 3 minutes to 2, and it would ban the use of city AV equipment for the citizenry, and it would require 2 weeks of notice for citizen petitions, which makes it hard to raise urgent issues. I actually heard about this very resolution less than 2 weeks ago myself, so that just sort of illustrates the problem. Even tonight, we've had last-minute additions, redactions, and updates to the agenda, and that's normal in city government, and it's exactly why flexibility for residents matters. We've just had a conversation about wanting to bring more local residents back to Old Town, which I live near, and spending millions on marketing to do that. A lot of business owners here over the years have suggested ideas like transit improvements because they want to see more foot traffic and more life in the area. That's an issue with a wide range of opinions, and that's the point. We shouldn't limit the number of voices able to weigh in on the future of the city. So to many of us, this resolution feels like a step toward less dialogue between residents and the council. And at a time when people here and across the country feel anxious about the future, I think Scottsdale should be exploring ways to expand civic participation, not narrow it. I think that's something a lot of Scottsdale residents would agree with. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christopher. Former Councilwoman Linda Milhaven.
Thank you, Mayor Linda Milhaven. I live on Belgian Trail here in Scottsdale. The proposed changes to public comment here will create limits and barriers to residents engaging with their local government. In my 12 years in City Council, we did everything we could to encourage citizen engagement, not to discourage it, as is being suggested here. It seems in prior council meetings, Councilmember Graham and Councilmember Quasman have tried to silence folks who disagree with them by using rules of procedure and calls for order. However, the rules of procedure have not allowed them to silence those who oppose them, and so now it seems they want to change the rules of procedure to do exactly that. When I was on City Council, one of the most frequent questions I was asked was, how do you deal with the harsh criticism that you get from residents in our community? And I had two answers to that question. One is, as an elected representative, you are responsible for what you do, what you say, and the decisions you make. And if you're not willing to stand up and be accountable, then you should not be in that chair. And second, I rejoice in the fact that I live in the United States of America. Residents can come down and speak to their government frankly, to say what they like and they don't like without fear of retribution. And I celebrate that every day with every criticism I received as a council member. So please, do not limit public participation in this very important public process. As an aside, some have suggested if you want the meeting to run more efficiently and more smoothly, you should limit council comments. I would not support that either. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Yvonne Cahill.
Mayor Borowski, Council, Yvonne Cahill, my address is on record. I just want to speak to this because it's very concerning to me. The First Amendment, as you know, protects public comment and in a limited public forum, and any restrictions must be reasonable, cannot be used to silence people that you disagree with. So the reason it's important is decisions actually reflect the community needs. Local government choices on zoning, policing, transportation, parks, housing, taxes directly affect people's lives. When residents speak, leaders gain real-world insight instead of relying solely on reports or assumptions. And one of the examples of this that we had last year was the 68th Street project, where I think a lot of the council members actually went down and looked at the project, and once they did, they realized what the real implications were and why the residents needed to be able to have a sidewalk to walk on. The other reason is better solutions come from different perspectives. Residents often know details officials don't know: how traffic really flows on a particular street, how policy affects small business, or where services are lacking. Diverse input leads to more effective and equitable policies. Increased trust and transparency. When people see comments being heard and influencing outcomes, they're more likely to trust government institutions. Transparency improves when residents are part of the conversation rather than a spectator. It holds leaders accountable. Public participation reminds elected officials that they work for the community. It discourages decisions being made for special interests to gain political points or political convenience by bringing scrutiny into the open. Strengthens community engagement and civic pride. When residents feel they have a voice, they're more likely to stay involved in voting, volunteering for the city, collaboration, and local initiatives. Active civic life leads to stronger, safer, and more connected neighborhoods. It helps identify problems early. Communities often spot issues on public safety concerns, infrastructure, and environmental hazards, which I will remind you that I have been asking for an update on the NAOS brochure since last February, and we still don't have one. So in correlation to the James Group, I just can't imagine that the city can do a good job at getting marketing done because they can't even get an NAOS brochure updated. Anyway, it supports fairness and inclusion. And I really resent the fact that you're trying to restrict the public from using the AV equipment, because it may have the city's name on it, but the resident taxpayers paid for it, and we have every right to use the facilities and the equipment. Thank you. I urge you to vote no on this.
Thank you, Yvonne. All right, that concludes public comment, and now we are going to hear a presentation. Who wants to do it?
I'm starting, sorry. I was waiting for the...
Are you flipping a coin, the shortest straw?
I was waiting for the presentation to come up, Mayor, sorry.
Okay.
Good start.
We're going to take turns.
Yeah, we're going to take turns. But this is all scripted, we promise. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Ben Lane. I'm the city clerk, and tonight the city attorney, Luis Santea, and I will be reviewing proposed changes to the rules of council procedure. The rules of council procedure govern how council meetings are run and related processes. We would like to discuss each major change individually and see if the council would like to make any revisions to that section. At the end of the completed item, if the council wishes to act on the proposed resolution, those changes can be incorporated into the overall motion. Next slide, please. Just to provide a little bit of background about our rules of procedure. They were first adopted on September 20th, 2011 by resolution, and these initial rules were actually modeled after the City of Phoenix's council rules. Since that time, the rules have been amended 6 times, with the 7th amendment being proposed today. And traditionally, staff has sought individual feedback from each new council on possible rule changes. Next slide, please. So the first rule we'd like to discuss with you to see if there's any changes involves the presiding officer. And for ease of reference, when a rule is displayed in its entirety, new text is noted in green font, and text to possibly delete is noted also in green font with a strike through. So the change to this section notates the order of who shall serve as the presiding officer. In the absence of the mayor and the vice mayor, the recommended change is to add the immediate past vice mayor in terms of succession. This change is being proposed as staff has worked with the immediate past vice mayor on matters such as board and commission processes, and the immediate past vice mayor has familiarity with these processes. So I'm just going to pause here and see if the council is comfortable with this change or if would like to modify it in any sort of way. Thank you.
Councilwoman Whitehead, I didn't know we were taking it this way, but I have a couple of questions before you start going through this process. Councilwoman Whitehead.
Yeah, I think I would rather go through all the changes and then pose my questions at the end. I'm not sure how my colleagues feel about that.
Was that your
Well, no, I
did you
have
another
comments,
question?
but not on this particular item.
Councilwoman McCallum. I'll start, I guess. First of all, there's been a lot, we've just received so many comments on this and inquiries and concerns. Big uproar. So my first question is, outside of the article that I read that it was at the direction of the city clerk and the city attorney with the input of Vice Mayor Quasman, I think that was reported. What spawned this idea, the idea? Because there's a lot in here that you just think, okay, interesting. Was it really the city clerk, Ben Lane, and city attorney, Luis Santea, and what part did Vice Mayor Quasman play in this all? I've been asked this question a lot, and I think we owe the public an answer.
Why don't I address that question? Mayor and members of the council, we sent various communications out to the council asking if they had input on the rules. And as Mr. Lane stated, we like to address potential rule changes with each new council. That didn't really happen with this new council other than a change related to texting from the dais. So this is an opportunity, and we've been talking about it for a long time, about bringing potential changes forward. So we solicited input from council members, staff, we sent out notices to you all, and based on that input, is what we're bringing forward today. Some of it's our input, some of it's individual council members' input. We're not disclosing, because we don't want to overly politicize this thing, who made what suggestions. And we're happy, and if you want to jump to it, we can jump to the public comment portion right now if you want to take it out of order.
Madam Mayor?
I don't know why that.
I can answer the question.
I
I'm
still
happy
have
to
the
do so
floor, though,
publicly.
so you're next, so if you don't mind holding your thoughts. And I did, too, have input, and my input was we've been arguably, if not factually, violating the open meeting law with the polling that is done with the council agendizing items. So I brought that up quite some time ago, so I've had input, too.
So and that's being removed. We don't necessarily agree that it's a violation. It's on the fence. But we are removing that from the council rules of procedure as part of this process.
In this proposal?
Yes.
Not to disagree with you, but aren't we under investigation by the Attorney General's office for this issue?
We are, and we're responding to it, and we've looked into it and investigated, and we have a response that we'll be providing and then will be available to the public as soon as we responded to the AG's office. But it's not as clear-cut an issue as one might think, and if you would like legal advice on that, we need to go into executive session.
I don't want legal advice because we'll soon hear the outcome, I guess, is what you're saying. So I don't need legal advice on that one. Vice Mayor Quasman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, I know this is getting a lot of press and a lot of news coverage and causing a large stir, and so I made a huge mistake in admitting to the news that I participated in input, and I'm here to say I'm not the only one. Okay, the charter officers asked all of us what we thought about the rules. They asked us early on. I want to be very clear that the goal that at least was presented to me by the charter officers was, hey, if there's a suite of rule changes, let's bring them all in together, let's have a big conversation. The point was not to subvert democracy or any nonsense like that. We're going to go one by one. We want to get as much input as possible from members of the council, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm assuming this is what you want. You want to go one by one. You want to get as much input from members of the council, and with that, you want as much buy-in from members of the council as possible for any rule changes. I am 100% for unanimity in any vote. I have a preference on certain things. I had no input on half the things that were in this package. On a personal level, I could speak to myself, but I feel like I have to defend myself based on the trepidations of others. I want to be very clear. It's a rule package change. Happens in every legislative body at the city, state, and local levels. Some of the charter officers went to everybody, asked them what they thought. Some people have different opinions on one thing. Some people have different opinions on other things. We're all going to work together, and we're going to try to find consensus on behalf of the residents. No more, no less.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Graham.
So you weren't the mastermind behind this?
No, council member.
I laugh. I take a moment of levity because this is, if I read the headline that they're going to take my public comment away or diminish that, I would be very upset by that. I'd be very upset that they would reduce it from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, for example. And so, that's serious. And residents, we see the emails we get all the time. Residents already tell us they don't feel like, especially on some major decisions and across the past, they tell us that they don't feel respected by many of the decisions that have been made by council. So we meet regularly with the charter officers. We're supposed to. You should be meeting regularly with your charter officers. And we have an interim city attorney who's been with the city for 2 decades? Okay, almost 25 years. Have you gone up for that public, have we celebrated you yet? Milestone? Your mic's not on. Okay. 25 years. So in that 25 years, you've made observations about tweaks that you've thought about for rules of procedure, and so has City Clerk Ben Lane in the 5 years or so, or 4 years that he's been here. And I think you both know that the package of revisions aren't going to pass exactly as they are. I think just kind of the feeling I'm getting in some of the comments I've read in the media.
And Mayor and members of the council, one of the reasons we put it as a regular item versus consent, we knew that there would be, and we knew there was division amongst the council members, and these are just options. Ultimately, the council has the full say on what to pass or what not to pass. And I think if we could do our presentation, there's some helpful information, especially about the public comment, that would inform the council's decision and the public's decision.
You're going to do a presentation?
We would like to, yes.
Okay. If we shut up, you'll do that. So and that means me. So I'm going to wrap it up. In conclusion, the media, I mean, they want clicks and the headlines, and I get it. I would want that too. And so when you see something like this, it's so tempting. Why? How could the headline writes itself? I don't blame them. I would do the same exact thing. But we are not here to take away public comment whatsoever or stop hearing voices. So I'll wrap up these comments for the time being.
Councilwoman Whitehead.
I just want to make a response and question for our interim city attorney. I mean, we have set some records here this year, certainly in the number of investigations by the AG's office for open meeting law violations. But, I've spoken with some of the people who complained about the open meeting violations. What they were looking for was the transparency. So the council was polling, and this is just something for consideration. The city clerk, was done, as far as I know, for many years, would poll council, and if 4 or more council members wanted an agenda item, that's how it would appear on the agenda. And what the public was looking for was a transparency. How did the council vote? And that was not being disclosed. So I think the step, and I want to also point out that the mayor has always had the authority to put her own agenda item, or he or her could also agendize an item, and that's been somewhat threatened. The new process, I think, goes a step the wrong direction. We want to make sure we're not violating open meeting laws, but now I think it's unclear to any of us how it's being done. What the public is looking for is, where does this council stand when we have to do some necessary polling to decide on agenda items? I just want to point that out, that is what the public is looking for, transparency, and that is what seems to be denied.
And Mayor and members of the council, our intent is not to do polling with the council now or in the future. That's our proposal to prevent any ambiguity in these rules, is not to have polling. So just like now, the mayor or members of the council can have an item added for the council to vote on to be agendized at a later date. That provides the transparency I think you're looking for.
Okay, well, so there was, this process left a lot, lacked transparency. So yes, if we have an item that I like the idea of always putting it on the agenda for a public vote so that the public can see, yay or nay, how each of their elected officials votes. Thank you.
Okay, back to a comment you made, Luis, our city attorney. You don't want to tell the public who supported which rule change because you don't want to overly politicize it, I think you said. So I think that's a really bad idea. I think the general public should know who brought these rule changes forward. I've already disclosed openly the one that I had input on, and I think we should disclose that. And maybe the city council needs to waive the attorney-client privilege, but I don't think it exists when each one of us talk to you.
That's actually not the case, Mayor and members of the council. Attorney-client privilege exists when someone is seeking legal advice. And trying to gauge if a particular council member approached me, whether they were seeking legal advice, also as an attorney, I have a duty of confidentiality. I don't think I personally can disclose without a vote of the council waiving the privilege, and that has to be at a later meeting because it's not agendized for tonight, what individual council members asked me to do. And I think it would be helpful, Mayor and members of the council, if you actually let us do our presentation and go through the slides and vote down what you don't like, adopt what you like, but go from there.
So thank you for your response. However, you said you sent emails out to all of us for input.
And
Hold
they were
on.
labeled attorney-client privilege, ma'am.
But that would not be legal advice if they're responding with their policy position on the rules of procedure. I completely take exception with what you just said. We will look into this because that would not be attorney-client privileged whatsoever.
Ma'am, with all due respect, it's my bar license on the line, not yours. And it was labeled attorney-client privilege, and emails that are provided for the purposes of obtaining or seeking legal advice, they were labeled as such. If the individual council members want to disclose what they provided input, or you want to have the council as a whole waive attorney-client privilege, we can do that. It just has to be at a different meeting.
And Luis, make no mistake, I'm not challenging you. However, just because you label something attorney-client privilege, if you're asking for policy direction, I think those are two completely different things. So we don't have to take this conversation any further. I do think we should look into that because I think that is a breach of transparency entirely. This is a policy discussion. You ask for policy input and direction, even though you're an attorney. So I have major concerns about that. And I trust your judgment. It's not about that. I think we should look at that issue. If that's a standard procedure, if what you just said is standard procedure. So I'm happy to proceed. I know there's 2 more comments. Maybe this does need to be looked at closer, what we're talking about. I feel like it should be. And because the general public has inquired persistently about what was at the base of this and who has brought this forward. And I've disclosed what I had contributed to. Councilman Vice Mayor Quasman didn't go specific, but I do think transparency is completely lacking in this discussion. So someone suggested doing a work study session. Maybe that gives us time to iron this out. I think that would be a plausible idea. I didn't realize we were going to go through these one at a time. I think that makes sense, but maybe it would make more sense to tweak them as we go in a work study session. Anyone inclined to bring this back for a work study session?
No.
Let's just do it. We're here. Let's do it.
Well, except for we don't know who's provided policy input before this meeting. So notwithstanding, I hear that we don't have consensus for that, and I'll turn it over to Councilman Graham.
2 of my colleagues, real brief, 2 of my colleagues mentioned an AG inquiry, and one of them asked you a question about that, which you answered. What is the name of the person that made the complaint with the AG?
Councilman Graham, I think this is a bit off topic, and there's actually 4 separate complaints, so there's 4, I think there's 4 different complainants.
Can you name them?
I'd prefer not to at this point.
Even though 2 members and you already answered one question about it?
Point of order, this is not agendized for the Attorney General investigation. I think we can bring that back, though, in the future as soon as we have the results, right?
I mean, it is public information. It's just not agendized to discuss, and I'll be happy to, and I think I have provided the actual complaints to the council. I'd be happy to provide them tomorrow.
2 colleagues brought it up, and you answered a question about it, so I thought just one more question. You could answer one more question.
I think, and like I said here, I'm trying not to get far afield. I'm just trying to do my job and trying to get a presentation done. And obviously people have different opinions here. And Maybe I shouldn't have answered those questions. I think your colleagues were answering in the context that, well, we have these rules that have created some open meeting law violations. So,
Councilwoman McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor. With this, I am going to ask to have this moved to a work study. So I motion that we move this to a work study where you can do your presentation fully without us interrupting, and then we can make decisions then.
I second the motion, and I would actually like to make a friendly amendment to that. I would like to exclude any changes in the work study session, all of the items included in tonight's agenda item, with the exclusion of any changes to the non-agendized public comment, with the exception of allowing some legal guidance pertaining to the use of the city's audio and visual equipment for the sole purpose of preventing the city from violating copyright infringement. But is that acceptable?
Acceptable.
And I do want to say that overwhelmingly, we had I've never seen really so many emails opposing the changes to the public comment period. So I hope that I can get support for that. And I do think we need a work study session to dive deep into this without making it political. And that's what work study sessions do. And thank you for the comment on yesterday's work study session.
Vice Mayor Quasman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With all due respect to certain people on this dais, this is exactly the problem. Everybody has, there's accusations of sinister underpinnings, of attempts to try to influence charter officers. We want to hear it all at once, and then this is supposed to be non-political, apolitical, and this entire process is just done in an open forum rule change taken one by one. It doesn't have to be any more complicated than this. It doesn't have to be who's behind what. You know what? I'll tell you exactly how. The big question is, let's be honest, the big question is, what did Quasman do? That's what I get called 3 times today by the news, and the anti-Semitic comments on the news clippings I've sent to Joe LaDuke on this because I got scared. Stop with the politics. Let's go one by one. This will make it super easy. We could tell the city attorney what we think about a certain issue, then we go to the next one. Tell them what we think about the issue, go to the next one. If somebody doesn't want to talk about how they feel about something, guess what? They shut up and they don't want to talk about it. And that's it. I mean, this doesn't have to be any more complicated than that. Very simple. One by one, tell the members of the dais can tell you what you think. Or if they don't talk, people can make assumptions or ask any questions that they want. They know where to find us. And then finally, we vote on one by one. No big deal.
All right, where are we? You have a motion on the table.
To create a work study?
Yeah.
Tonight or another day?
Another day.
Tonight.
All right, let's take a vote on that. All right, let's vote. Well, thought we had Councilwoman Littlefield going that direction. All right, either way, let's get started.
Yeah.
All right, you have the stage. Right, the news has been here all night. That would be a bummer.
So, back to the presentation. Is there any council feedback on this item?
Lots. Okay. Councilwoman Whitehead.
I just don't see the purpose of the change. I mean, for those who don't know, vice mayor is not a title that you earn. It just rotates. We all do it. Everybody's qualified. What has worked in the past has been fine, so I don't see the purpose of the change.
Councilman Graham.
I don't have a problem with this. I mean, it's arbitrary. And I think that if I read between the if I read the tea leaves a little bit, what happens is that this puts staff in an awkward place when it's not stated. And staff can't go out of their way to say, you're putting me in an awkward place. They don't want to say that. So I've never thought about this, not something that I've dwelled on. I think it's coming from somewhere sincere, and so I'm going to support it.
Mayor and members of the council, just so you know, it's been actually the practice of the city council for a while to follow it, just like it's with the immediate vice mayor stepping in. So that's what we were trying to call.
But we never knew that. It wasn't written down. So
no, it wasn't written down.
So it was subject to debate, and
correct.
Sometimes we apply it, sometimes we don't. So thank you. So I'll move to accept this change.
Second.
Yeah, I'll move to amend 2.3.
Can we call the question? All right. All those in favor? And I voted yes because it is the practice, and so it doesn't, it's a non-starter. All right, moving right along.
Louise has next one.
Rule 5.4 has to do with council meetings, and the special meetings, the mayor has an absolute right to call special meetings in the charter. And this does not seek to take away the mayor's authority as to special meetings, but there was input from members of the council that wanted the council being responsible for canceling or calling other types of meetings. And that's the intent of this rule change. It does also enshrine this particular charter provision at the very bottom where you see in green that a special meeting can be called by the mayor or 4 members of the council.
Councilwoman Littlefield.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I still had my speak thing on. I'm fine with this. I think it makes sense. It's a path forward.
Is that a motion?
No, it's a comment.
You can move.
I move we accept rule number 5.
Second.
Changes.
Yeah, I have a thought on this. Looks to be a solution in search of a problem. What's the basis or logic behind removing mayor as having the ability to change the time, dates, and locations, albeit as it was a given to, it's never happened, but it's a given to be sensitive to the schedules and availability of the quorum at a minimum. But can you answer that question?
Mayor, members of the council, all I can say, it was suggestions of members of the body that wish to make those changes. I anticipate perhaps it was in response to various things that occurred this year, but I don't know the specific logic.
Vice Mayor Quasman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was one of the people who supported this motion, who supported this rule change. If there were an emergency of a fire situation that happened here and the mayor was unavailable, we couldn't call a special session out. There wasn't a mechanism to call a special session. So I fully do not think this would be used except for in emergency purposes. I want to be able to give this is a council-driven system. Just give a majority of the council the ability to call a special session, just in order to ensure the ability of a special session to be called at any given time. It's just a backup mechanism, that's it, as opposed to fumbling around when there actually is an emergency at stake.
Question, that's not what this says, though.
Mike.
Madam Mayor, pursuant to Article 2, Section 12 of the City Charter, special meetings may be called by the mayor or 4 members of the council.
So, but what you just said isn't what 5.4 says. What were you talking about?
Talking about the specific rule change that's right here in 5.7.
Well, we're talking about 5.4, I believe.
Both.
So Mayor and members of the council, 5.4 and 5.7 are different rules. 5.7 strikes special meetings and requires that it be the council that calls executive sessions, work study sessions, or any other non-regularly scheduled meeting of the council, right? It would change the mayor's authority to limit it to special meetings only. All other meetings would have to be called by a majority of the council or canceled. So right now, the mayor can unilaterally cancel a meeting, and this would change that.
And how, pray tell, would a majority of the council decide to do that without violating the open meeting law?
They can do it at a meeting. It would be, as a general rule, the meetings are scheduled for the year. We know when the regular meetings are, and at one of those meetings, they could cancel a future meeting. They could call a future meeting. This does not eliminate the mayor's ability to call special meetings. Generally, as a matter of course, the types of meetings we have are the regularly scheduled meetings set on the schedule. It's rare for other meetings to be called, and so it doesn't totally infringe on the mayor's authority because you can still call special meetings whenever you want.
So just so I'm understanding this, that you agree, in order for the majority of the council to cancel or schedule or change the time, date, location of a future meeting, that would have to be done at a regularly scheduled meeting.
That would be our recommendation and the best practice, yes.
That was rather equivocal.
The interesting thing is that polling is not necessarily unlawful. There's Attorney General's opinions on it, where as long as you don't inform the people you're polling of the results, that it's not necessarily unlawful for a staff member to poll the council for something. So it's not necessarily unlawful for the council to be polled about canceling a meeting, let's say. It's just not a great practice, and I understand that the council is very interested in transparency, so that's why we want to move away from polling and get out of that practice and have things done at meetings.
So how long has the mayor had the authority to, that was originally provided without the redaction there or strikeout?
Since at least 2011, when these rules were adopted, I would believe.
Since inception, but for some reason, the unnamed colleagues think that there's such a risk that I pose to this rule that's been in place from the beginning of the council rules, that they want to eliminate the mayor's ability to do that. Well, I'm going to be opposing this.
Mayor, may I have the floor?
Councilwoman Whitehead.
Yeah. I move to deny the changes to item 5.4.
I'll second that.
All right, Councilwoman McAllen, I guess, do you want to speak to that?
I was going to make the same motion, so I second it. I don't think there's a need for the change, especially if we are looking at a time where we may be looking at an AG investigation to do the same thing we're getting in trouble for. That makes no sense to me. So I do not agree with this.
All right, all those in favor, please, of denying this, please indicate your vote. Guess we know who suggested it. All right, moving right along.
I believe there was another motion on the floor.
The remaining motion.
Can you repeat it, please?
Just to accept staff's recommendations. Yeah, 5.4 and 5.7.
Well, let's talk about 5.7, shall we? We didn't get into much detail about that. I'd rather talk about that. So will you please amend your motion to 5.4? I thought we were taking these one at a time.
Is it one slide at a time or one?
Our intent was to do one slide at a time, but we can do it however the council prefers.
Yeah, can we, I think, maybe we can have a little more discussion, but I'll just keep my motion as is.
So it's on Mayor and members of the council, 5.7. We did touch on it a bit earlier.
That's what I was thinking.
And it clarifies that special meetings, because of the city charter, the mayor has the authority or 4 members of the council to call. That's what the charter says. That's what's being preserved. This only, 5.7 leads into 5.4. So 5.4 says who can call a meeting, right, or cancel a meeting. And 5.7 just specifies the types of meetings. So they're interrelated.
Okay, well, I guess there's no point in talking about this anymore. Councilwoman Whitehead, do you want to?
I have a question. Vice Mayor Quasman mentioned that this is in an emergency if the mayor is not available. Doesn't the vice mayor fill that role? So there's no need for this? If there's an emergency, there's... Yeah, so is that correct, that whoever is serving as vice mayor at that point?
So in the absence of the mayor, the vice mayor assumes the duties of the mayor.
Okay.
So presumably that would mean that the vice mayor could exercise the mayor's special meeting authority under the charter. The charter addresses special meetings. It doesn't address meeting cancellations or any of the other stuff.
Okay, so the only thing these 2 items do is they don't solve a problem, but they do change and reduce the authority of the mayor. And I just want to point out that a mayor has a different role than the 6 city council members, and that the mayor's role has been the same as was pointed out. I see no reason, we're not solving a problem. I see no reason to make these changes. I see no public benefit, and I do wonder about why this council would support making changes when the system's been working great. Thank you. I'm going to oppose this.
All right, I don't see any more comments, so with that, we'll vote on Councilman Graham's motion. All those in favor or opposed, please indicate your vote. Go right ahead.
So, Mayor and members of the council, this next rule change refers to the order of agenda items. The rule change provides clarification on the invocation to note that it is the council member or designee. This was based on past council direction that was provided when invocations were reinstated by this council. It also clarifies the mayor's report and formally adds added items and work study items to the list of items on the agenda. In the past, the added items is required when an item is added to the agenda with less than 10 days notice, and work study has always been at the end of meetings, but this just formally adds those 2 things. The last major change eliminates the first non-agendized public comment period, and Luis will be discussing that change later as part of the overall non-agendized comment slide. But the rest of the changes are more clarification-based. Thank you.
It's okay, I'll call on you, Councilwoman Whitehead. I think you pushed your button first.
Okay, so clearly what we're doing here, excuse me? Okay, so so you've removed the change to the public comment on this particular item. So I'm still trying to understand, the invocation is by the individual council members or their designee, but that's how we're doing it now. I'm trying to understand.
We're trying to codify that, because right now it just says invocation, right? So that could mean anything. The council decided on a policy to avoid any possible entanglements regarding freedom of religion and state establishment religion, that it's the council member doing the invocation or their selection. So it takes it, it's not the city doing it. So that was just to codify it, so there's no misunderstanding that it's the individual's council member's responsibility or their designee. That's that change. The mayor's report is to clarify what it is. I believe it's always been the intent that the mayor's report be for information only, for the mayor to give reports like she did tonight, and it's not meant as a back and forth with the council. The added items is we've been putting items on the agenda, added council items. They actually haven't formally had a place. We've just been putting them on there. So this says they're now in this point of the agenda. And then finally, our practice has been to put work and studies sessions at the end, and we're just codifying it. We're just putting these rules. And on this rule, and I can address perhaps it'd be helpful if I address the whole public comment thing now, is that there are currently 2 comment periods. The mayor, as her discretion, has combined them into one at the beginning of the meeting. So between the 2 comment periods right now, there are a total of 10 speakers allowed for a total of 3 minutes each, so 30 minutes. At the mayor's discretion, she could have had 2 public comment periods, which would have been 5 speakers at the beginning and 5 speakers at the end, 3 minutes each, right? But she combined them into 2. So what we're proposing is to have non-agendized public comment at the end of the meeting versus the beginning. And there's some important information here to disclose to the public. One of the things we're proposing is to add public comment to added items, right? The mayor and council items. Because right now there is no public comment allowed because they're, I'm sorry, mayor and council items. Right now there is no public comment allowed. So we're proposing 3 speakers at 3 minutes each. The math actually comes out, even with the reduced 2 minutes and the 8 speakers versus 10, comes to 5 minutes less of total public comment at a meeting. This council is free to reject the 2-minute. They can do 3 minutes. They can do whatever the council chooses. There is no intent here to limit free speech. And let me tell you a little bit about what we were trying to do here and what some other cities are doing. We surveyed 9 of our peer cities. 6 of those cities have public comment or non-agendized public comment at the end of the meeting. The Board of Supervisors has non-agendized public comment at the end of the meeting. The Paradise Valley School District has non-agendized public comment at the meeting. So what happens with non-agendized public comment? It kind of sets the tenure for the entire meeting, right? And we have people who've had their items on the agenda for at least 10 days because unlike most cities, we provide 10 days notice of most of our items. We generally don't just strictly follow the 24-hour period. We give a lot of advance notice. So people that have been waiting for their items for 10 days or more have to wait while people come and do the non-agendized public comment, spur of the moment, right? And typically, if I'm on a nonprofit, I'm part of a club, part of an association, you do new business at the end, right? And non-agendized comment is basically new business, but it's getting priority over stuff has been agendized for a long time. Back in August, because I was concerned with how things were going with the civility of public comment and stuff like that, I wrote a memo to the public, and some of you may have read it, and the members of the public, regarding civility, hoping to see more civility. And one of the things that I came to the conclusion of, if we tone it down and let people that actually have their items on the agenda talk first, so they don't have to wait through that, it might improve civility. So it's one of the reasons, this is my personal opinion, I think second public comment should go as new business towards the end. Whether the council wants 10 people to speak, 3 minutes, that's fine. Those were just starting points, right? But I want to make it clear that the net result with the new public comment we were suggesting would have reduced total public comment by 5 minutes. And we've all sat through these different meetings. There's no intent to deprive anyone from public comment. We're just trying to improve civility. But I think it's helpful to know what our peer cities are doing. 6 out of 9 non-agendized public comment on the end, what the Board of Supervisors does, what the PV School District. And in terms of the audio-visual equipment, we surveyed as many cities as we could. Not a single city that we could find lets the public use their audio-visual equipment. And why is that? Well, we have a cable license, right? We have FCC stuff we have to worry about. We have copyright stuff we have to worry about. We have obscenity. Our staff does not have time to review these videos. We get them at the last minute. There has been times when people are putting those videos on and they don't even know what's on there. It's only a matter of time something very inappropriate is going to be played. And the First Amendment gives you a right to speak, but it doesn't mean you can yell fire in a crowded theater, right? So no one's trying to limit anyone's speech. You can still use the Elmo. We just don't want our staff put in this awkward position where they're forced to play something that turns out to be God knows what.
So I still have the floor. You know, I want to just state very clearly that we did not become a world-class city with simply better service by looking to the county Board of Supervisors for advice on how to run a meeting. So I appreciate, thank you. I appreciate your legal input and the fact that you do represent this council, but I strongly oppose any changes to the public comment period. And Lord knows, the people that come and speak, sometimes they aren't so nice, but you know what? If you get past that, sticks and stones may break your bones, but names and faces don't. You actually hear things and you learn things about this community you wouldn't otherwise know. It's a big city, and we're doing our best job to run it. But we need the input from the public, and making people wait till 10 o'clock at night to speak for 3 minutes or 2 minutes is silly. So I strongly oppose any changes to the public comment period. It's always nice to see our community come together on an issue. Boy, did we come together on this. Let our residents come in. It doesn't change the tenor of the meeting, and the mayor's done a good job. She's allowed the people who are in the audience who want to speak in non-agendized public comment to speak at the beginning. That makes total sense. And then if someone comes in late, maybe they worked late, they get that opportunity to speak again. And I want to say also that I like the idea of adding a public comment period to the mayor council items. I think that's a good idea, but democracy, the success of the city isn't a math equation. It's a public input equation. We have succeeded. Our greatest achievements have been because the public came to us with an idea. The city councils elected all the way until this one have listened to the residents and delivered on the best of those ideas. So I'm not sure what exactly we were going through items to vote, but I would like to have on the screen, since we're talking about public comment, the item that we can vote hopefully down, and just protect the public's right to show up at 5 o'clock, speak for 3 minutes. That isn't a whole lot, and that we can take that input and move on to the next, the agendized items. So I would like to see that up on the screen, if you can get to that slide. So since that's what we're discussing, let's put it up.
Jordan, can you forward to slide 8, please?
Okay.
Point of order, I'd like to take these in order and not jump back and forth. I think that's just going to elongate this process.
That's fine. Okay, well, go back. Okay, so sorry, back to these. I guess I see no issue with the way it's written. It bothers me. The 8 is removed, so you're not changing public comment in this. I just want to make sure.
Yes, we are. That's why I went on my speech about public comment, because of number 8, because that removes it from the front. It puts it on the back end.
Yeah, okay, so I absolutely, I urge my colleagues to read the emails that we have received from such a broad group of people, and I vote to deny the changes recommended by council for rule number 6.
Vice Mayor Quasman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I'm going to preface that Councilmember Whitehead and I are dear friends when the cameras are closed and when we leave the dais. But I'm going to eye roll to her comments, and I'll tell you why. You could tell who's running for office when the way you make these dramatic statements about democracy, and you say we weren't this glorious city by listening to others. Mr. Centella, what did we base our rules on again? You mentioned earlier.
City of Phoenix.
Oh, okay. Just want to make sure that everything that you said made it special was copying the City of Phoenix. And Mr. Centella, does the City of Phoenix have 2 public comments or 1 at the end?
They just have 1 at the end.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Centella, do they have an AV club when they speak out?
They didn't respond, but all the cities that responded to us said no, they don't allow AV club.
Well, I could tell you they don't. So how about this one? We don't subvert democracy, and we follow best practices of our neighbors. That's how a market works. Let's look at the market of democracy and follow best practices. Here's the other thing. Mr. Centella, how many times in the last, how many meetings in a row did we not have a second period of public comment?
They've all been compliant. We've only had 1 period.
Everything else had 2 periods of public comment. I thought the mayor, my understanding was that the mayor moved it all to the front.
That's correct.
Okay, how many times in a row did she do that? Right, how is your, and so it was every time, right. The answer is every time. Now, I would think that Councilmember Whitehead would say the following: that is a horrible affront to democracy. How dare we have not 2 periods of public comment here when they are moved to 1 section? So I would actually like to posit that moving it to 1 section doesn't subvert democracy, because the mayor's been doing this since pretty much we've been here. So again, what we're doing here is 1. By the way, I'd like to propose 1 change of moving the invocation before the pledge. Just, we should have God, country, and then business instead of country, God, business. That's just personal issue, but that's okay. It doesn't have to be part of this rule change. But secondly, the mayor's report's fine, invocation's fine. We're adding the ability to have public comment on more items, which is increasing democracy and democratic speech, and we're moving, and then we are complying with all the other major cities in putting it at the end. And again, I think your memo was excellent, Luis. I think, Mr. City Attorney, I think your memo talked about the real reason why we want to do this, and that is we want to make sure the meetings flow. And listen, again, but I do want to say the following. I want to be very transparent in how I think about any of these issues, but I'll agree with if the majority wants to keep it the way it is, I'm fine with that too. I just think that there's logic in everything that you said, and that's why I agreed with it when it was brought up to me. Thanks.
I'm just going to interject. So this was one of the easier ones, in my opinion. I wonder if we can keep our comments a lot more concise. It's really getting late. We have 15 more rule changes to go. So with all due respect to everyone's passion, it'd be great if we can not engage in, a sermon, if you will. Are we ready to vote on this?
I have a lot of people want to speak.
I realize that. Without calling the question, which I'd like to do, Councilwoman Littlefield.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you. Wait, you just put yourself back on. Councilwoman McAllen.
Thank you, Mayor. I am adamantly opposed to moving public comment to the end of the meeting. We are not Phoenix, we are Scottsdale, and we answer to our residents, not Phoenix.
Councilwoman DeBascus.
For expediency, I'll defer. Thank you.
Councilman Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. During this discussion topic, people have brought up the AV equipment. Is that part of what we're voting on?
It is a slide down the road, yes.
Okay, so.
Not this one, no.
Okay. So right now we do, I guess I'm kind of just listening and keeping an open mind for my colleagues, and it sounds like we have 2 public comment meetings that I haven't even realized we've been doing 1 public comment section for the entire year. Is that correct? for the most part?
For most of the year, that's correct, Councilman Graham.
I guess that kind of makes sense. That feels correct, but I never really thought about it too hard. City Attorney, you said that in your view, most entities, when they bring up new business, nonprofits and such, and other governments, they do it at the end of the meetings?
Yes, I believe that's the most common practice, because when you think about it, it's new business, because it's not in the agenda, where basically the people that are non-agendized are getting priority over the people that have agendized items, the way we're doing it now.
So you're saying that we put something on the agenda 10 days in advance and somebody sees it and they want to speak on it, and everybody's going to keep the ability to speak on every agenda?
That's absolutely correct, and we did not suggest any changes to that, other than to clarify that they had to speak on the actual agenda item.
And that this right here, it says we're eliminating number 8, but what we're doing is we're putting it all to the end. Is that correct?
Basically, it's a hybrid right now, because between the two periods, there would be 10 speakers. What we were proposing was 8 for this one single period, but that can be adjusted by the council as it sees fit.
So right now, as it's written, is it 5 at the beginning and 5 at the end?
Yes, sir.
Could we do like, if we put it at the end and kind of adopted how most of our peer cities do it, including the supervisors and everybody else, does the legislature or their subcommittees, do they have any form of public comment whatsoever?
No, they don't have the same type of rules that we do. And you could have a single comment period and have 10. Different cities have different limits.
Are we legally obligated to? We're legally obligated to have public comment, right?
Actually, no. Under the open meeting law, you're legally obligated to allow the public to attend the meetings, but there's no legal requirement that members of the public be able to speak. And as you've probably seen in the press, Fountain Hills voted that way, and that's causing some.
So Fountain Hills voted to eliminate public comment. Did they have it 2 sections and they eliminated both sections, or 1 section?
They're not allowing public comment in terms of non-agendized.
Yes.
They're probably still allowing agendized public comment.
See, I think public comment is crucial. I think it's crucial for respecting people's wishes, because a lot of times we get people, we get tough criticism, but we need to face it. Read Sullivan versus New York Times. You are, not only is speaking to your elected officials supposed to be uncomfortable, but it should be very uncomfortable at times. And everybody up here has had very critical comments pointed at them. And so I just want to make sure that's protected if we keep the public comment at the end.
Absolutely. It's strictly a logistical issue and how much time the council thinks should be done. As Vice Mayor Quasman pointed out, people applying for boards and commissions for a 2-year job only had 2 minutes to speak yesterday versus 3 minutes for non-agendized public comment. So my point on that is that the council has broad discretion in determining how much speech is allowed in terms of time limits. Applicants are given more time, for example.
So they are given more time. We are supposed to be subjected to, at times, we hear from people that want to talk about, they've got they want a stop sign, or they've got a crumbling sidewalk, or whatever it is, and we need to hear that. And we've even done a lot of good from time to time when people tell us things. But public comment is sacred for people to, at times, if they feel they need to even speak very critically towards us. And so we're going to protect public comment. Is that right?
That's absolutely correct. One thing to keep in mind, in agendized public comment, you can have a back and forth discussion with the people because it's agendized. You can't do that for non-agendized public comment. There's only 3 things you can do: respond to criticism, ask to be agendized for a later date, or investigate it. The true democratic process would be dealing with public comment through agendized items, right? Scheduling it so you can have a full back and forth discussion, right? Non-agendized public comment is, in my view, intended for the person that wants to bring to your attention potholes at some intersection,
Right.
or about some hazard, or something the city is doing wrong, and then the council would agendize perhaps at a later date to fully discuss.
Well, I want to respect our staff professionals, and I hear you as far as the merits of your arguments about holding a meeting, keeping it on schedule, or I say in order, and for the items that are agendized to have those first. But I do want to. I want to expand public comment. So when we get there, I know that right now it's 5 and 5, right? I would like to even at the end have it expand it to 11 or 12 slots at the end of the meeting. I'd like to expand public comment, and I have no. And I am very opposed to reducing public comment time from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. I know we're not on that comment either yet. So I'll make a motion to accept staff's recommendation. I'll make a small modification to this because this now we're talking about the agenda. And so there's in section 6.2, the presiding officer may at his or her discretion or shall upon the majority vote
Point of order.
of the council.
6.2 isn't on this slide. We're doing slide by slide, is that correct?
My point of order has been called. I thought I could make a small adjustment to my motion.
The council is free to make any motions it sees fit regarding these rules. These are the particular rules that we were discussing, but it doesn't prohibit council members from trying to modify anything because it's broadly agendized.
Okay.
Okay, but my point of order, we don't see what 6.2 is, so how can we vote on it? It's not on this slide. We agreed originally to go slide by slide.
It's in your packet before you.
I understand that, but we said earlier at the beginning of this meeting that it was slide by slide. Did we not agree on that?
The small change that I'm making is not on another slide. I'm not pulling another slide to this slide. I'm staying slide by slide.
Can you restate your motion, please?
Sure. So it's to accept this change and to modify 6.2. The presiding officer may, at his or her discretion, or shall, upon the majority vote of the council, change the order of the agenda. And just to strike through may, at his or her discretion, or, so that it would be the presiding officer shall, upon the majority, change the order, majority vote of the council, change the order. And I think what that kind of does is it kind of gives predictability to the process. And it kind of locks in the agenda.
Second.
And I just finished explaining my my motion. We can't start a meeting without 4 people. We can't end a meeting. We always take a roll call vote to end a meeting with 4 people. So this would just sort of lock in the order, and then any change that would happen would obviously, anything reasonable, we would just support that and move on. So that's my motion. I have a second.
So I do have a point of order about that. This was not agendized, the change to Rule 6.2, was it? And we haven't gotten there to discuss it yet because this is this is Councilman Graham's unilateral change with Councilwoman DeBoscus supporting it.
Give me 1 second. Let me look at the agenda language. So, Mayor and members of the council, the agenda language says a proposed amendments to the rules of council procedure, and it requests amending the 2025 rules of council procedure, and then there was an exhibit attached to the resolution. I think the agenda item is so broad that the council could amend any portion of these rules. They weren't part of our anticipated rules change packet.
Council, we've already heard from our city attorney. Thank you, Vice Mayor Quasman. Councilwoman Whitehead.
It's pretty clear that, again, how did we get those open meeting violation complaints? Clearly, there's been some thought on how to further undermine the authority of the mayor prior to this meeting. Some of us weren't privy to that, and neither was the public. So I definitely don't support this, but I just want to point out that we can sit up here and say we support public comment, but by putting it at the end of the meeting, we are clearly telling a very educated public, we don't want to hear from you. Last night, we had 4 speakers talk about the repeal of the sustainability plan without a council discussion, without 10-day notice, and clearly done by council behind closed doors, the decision was made. Do we expect that those 2 high school students should be sitting in this audience till 10 o'clock tonight, and so that they could say that they oppose what Councilman Graham did in January? No. This is an attempt to make sure those high school girls and their parents never are allowed to come to this council again and oppose something that this current council has done. And I want to talk about some of the successes. And I want to speak to my friend, Vice Mayor Quasman. I have been consistent for 7 years. There is nothing that we are not elected to do anything to get reelected. We are elected to do what's right for the citizens of Scottsdale. And public comment is limited to the citizens of Scottsdale. And we should be doing everything we can to make it easy, comfortable, and have open doors. And let me just go through some of the successes of public comment. We found out that a residential house was being used as a sports facility. We found out that there was a sidewalk segment missing, and our staff graciously admitted they didn't know it. It was endangering hundreds of people in the area, and we have since fixed that problem. So non-agendized public comment isn't a new item. It's an item that doesn't warrant an agenda item like a difficult zoning case. It's just something that the public comes and spends 3 minutes to alert the council that, hey, did you know this is a problem? Or, hey, did you know we really had a good experience with one of your staff members? It's a wonderful opportunity for this council to hear directly from the 240,000 people we represent. So any council colleague can sit up here and say that they support public comment and they want to add 10 or 12 opportunities to speak at the end of a 10 o'clock meeting, but that is not true. If we want to expand public comment, let's do just that. Let's add those 10 spots at the beginning. And I want to talk about flexibility too. The mayor has done a great job with flexibility. When someone comes in late in a meeting and they still want to do public comment, we do it at the end. We're not rigid. So I really oppose the alternate motion. I hope that my council colleagues will just once say, we're going to do this because we heard from hundreds of residents. We're going to support public comment at the beginning of the meeting because that's what's easiest for our residents. Thank you.
All right. Well, we're not getting very far very fast, but speaking to Councilman Graham's insistence on limiting the chair's ability as much as he possibly can think of, it's important. I don't know if you've been, I know you've been a member of a board, Councilman Graham. I'm not sure about Councilwoman DeBoskis, but it's important that the chair does have flexibility to do things during the meeting because nobody else up here would, because I run the meeting. So this is a blatant and absurd, I mean completely absurd offer or persistence to do whatever it takes to, I don't even know what you're trying to do, honestly, because as the individual running the meeting, it's critical to, or whomever would be running the meeting, it is critical to the process to have flexibility when need be, and as a result, I'll vehemently oppose that and oppose both of the ones that are on the table. Councilwoman Littlefield.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I just had a kind of a strange question that I would like to ask our attorney. You know me, I like strange questions.
I'm sorry.
If we have this invocation by individual council members or their designee, what if a council member does not wish to do that? Either give it himself or designate someone. Can they pass on that?
They can. They can absolutely pass on it.
Okay, does that need to be a part of this? Written into the thing?
Well, I think it's implied that they can pass on it. The problem of leaving it as invocation only, that implies the city itself is giving an invocation. So this is just to put us in a better position.
Okay.
That's why it's to clarify what we're actually doing.
I just don't want to have something that might infringe on someone's personal religious rights.
No, understandable. And each council member is free to call whatever spiritual person or non-spiritual. They could have an atheist do the invocation if they wanted to.
That'd be interesting. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Quasman.
I just think that it'd be very easy. The mayor or anybody running the meeting would just say, without objection, I'd like to move item number 4 to number 5, and that's it. It solves the this is not a big deal. It's not hurting anybody's power in any way, shape, or form. You just use the phrase "without objection" beforehand, and it just respects the entire dais, and that's it.
And potentially wastes a lot of time, but no problem, no point in arguing that. So with that, there's no more discussion, and let's take a vote on this. The alternate motion, yes. Yes. Okay, please proceed.
Next slide, please. So the next set of rule changes relate to how mayor and council items are added to the agenda. The first change that you can see in the third line, it increases the time period to notify the city clerk of a requested, to add an item to the agenda from 2 business days to 3 days. And this helps in terms of being able to get agendas out. So this would allow us to get an agenda out on a Thursday afternoon or a Friday morning rather than a Friday afternoon. So that would help greatly. The second change, which you can see kind of in the middle of the screen, basically right now it just says to direct the city manager, and oftentimes there's other charter officers that are involved in matters. So for example, if it was an election-related matter, you would direct the city clerk. If it was a budget-related matter, you'd want to direct the city treasurer. So it just allows you that flexibility to direct the appropriate charter officer. And then the final 2 changes, basically for mayor and council items, because of the way they're agendized, this formalizes that each council member will have 1 opportunity to speak on the item, and then a vote will be taken, because it's not agendized for an in-depth discussion. And the final change, and Luis alluded to this earlier, and this was a request by a council member. It was to add 9 minutes for a maximum of 3 speakers to allow for public comment during mayor and council items. So that is an area where we're adding public comment to the overall agenda. Thank you.
Our speaker board is not up, so I don't know who wants to talk about this yet. Councilwoman McAllen.
Thank you, Mayor. City Clerk Ben Lane, could you clarify, are you saying that after every item, only the council member can speak 1 time?
No, sorry. Thank you, Councilwoman McAllen. No, just to clarify, this is mayor and council items. And so for example, we have a mayor and council item tonight from Councilmember Graham. The idea would be under mayor and council items that each council member would have one opportunity to speak, and then a vote would be taken. Right now, there is a little bit more debate on these items, and it's not really agendized for that type of discussion. Because the idea is your options on mayor and council items are limited, where you're asking the item to either be agendized, you're asking for a written report, or you're taking no action. So it's not supposed to be a full-blown discussion.
Okay.
But that only applies to mayor and council items.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Graham.
So you're going to make me submit it 3 days instead of 2 days in advance if I wanted to put it on the agenda, and that's to avoid the whole weekend thing.
Yeah.
Not just me, but all of us.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we've gotten stuff on Fridays, and we're doing it late on Friday afternoon.
I think that's reasonable for our staff, and so I support that. And the second one, or other responsible charter officer, we're literally just adding the language that we all understand. That's the second two green lines. And then number three, or not after number three, each council member should have one opportunity to discuss their vote. I like that because we're not supposed to be debating those items. And so everybody gets a chance to speak once. And that takes the awkwardness away from city staff having to intervene, particularly the city attorney having to intervene and tell us that we're out of order and that we should be subduing our dialogue. So I'll make a motion to accept this.
Second.
Do you still wish to speak, Vice Mayor? Councilwoman DeBascus?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I like this idea of adding public comment to this section. That was not something that we had before. It wasn't something that even occurred to me, but I think it's appropriate for the public to have an opportunity to sway.
There's no public comment.
Oh, but we put it in 3 minutes, right? Three times three. So we're going to add 9 minutes of public comment here, and I think it's great for the public to have an opportunity to sway whether or not something should be agendized and how we think about it. So I just want to say thank you for adding that in.
Councilwoman, sorry, Mayor, I didn't even realize that to its full entirety. This is another edition of public comment. Thank you for the clarification. So I stand by my motion.
All right, all those in favor of revisions to 6.11?
Sorry about that.
I already did vote. I don't know what happened.
Next slide, please.
So this is an issue we touched on earlier, where this is the polling rule, and we're removing polling because, well, technically it's not illegal depending on how it's done. It's not the best practice, and we don't want to do polling anymore. So this is removing the section, then reserving it, and it could be used at a later date for some other rule that the council might want to adopt.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve the revision and elimination of the practice that we've been engaged in of polling for members of the council to make a determination about adding an agenda item.
Second.
All those in favor? Oh, Vice Mayor Quasman.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I just want a quick question. How long have we polled before this moment? Was this since we've polled since 2011?
I think so. Would believe so, Vice Mayor, yeah.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that, so that people don't politicize anything here. Everybody was fine with this practice until 20 minutes ago. So I know we're getting rid of it. I don't think this is the right idea. I think we should challenge this and think that polling was as an accepted practice for the last decade. Seemed to have, or 15 years, decade and a half, nobody seemed to have a big issue with it. And now all of a sudden it's the biggest issue in the world. And I think it's all for political purposes. And so I will support removal of this rule because of the support on the dais. But I just want to remind members that we're changing rules for reasons, and we have a huge precedent on this one, and there was no need to get rid of it.
Councilman Graham.
Oh, I was ready to speak on the next item. Next slide.
Just for the record, Vice Mayor, I've had a problem with it since I took office. I think it's completely an open de facto violation because people don't tend to put things on the agenda that they don't support.
Respect your opinion.
Thank you. All right, all those in favor of the modifications to 6.12, please indicate your support or opposition. Okay, thank you.
Next slide, please. So this is the one we've been talking about extensively, and this is the proposed changes to non-agendized public comment. And the proposal, as you can see, and as we've talked about earlier, moves the non-agendized public comment to the end of the meeting versus the front. It reduces the speakers from 10 to 8, reduces the speaking time from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. And it also clarifies that for agendized public comment on consent, regular, and mayor and council items, speakers are limited to discussing specific items. We've seen in recent memory people coming up for agendized items and they start talking about something else, and that's not permitted under the open meeting law. So that's the intent is to tighten up the rules there. And the bottom is the AV equipment. It does not apply to the Elmo. Citizens could still use the Elmo at the various speaking podiums. This, as we talked earlier, I probably don't need to go into it ad nauseum again, copyright, obscenity type stuff, FCC regulations, the reason why we were proposing not using our staff or our equipment for playing videos. Any of these things, the council can certainly go a different direction if it sees fit. And as we talked earlier, 6 of the 9 peer cities that we surveyed do public comment at the end. And we talked about some of the other, and we talked about new business. I understand that some council members disagree with that categorization. But unless you want me to, I won't go over all the other points I've already gone over.
Councilman Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is the big kahuna as far as what a lot of the headlines were about. And I think it might be a letdown for people that were bracing for a reduction in public participation because, I mean, as I stated earlier, I oppose reduction of the non-agendized public comment from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. The second bullet is fine. Total number of speakers for non-agendized reduced from 10 speakers to 8 speakers. I would actually like to go from a reduction to an increase to 12 speakers. Clarifies that for agendized public comment on consent, regular, and mayor and council items, speakers are limited to. That's just codifying what was state law. And AV equipment may not be utilized by members of the public. Overhead camera would remain available. I was concerned about people losing the Elmo because the Elmo, or we're calling it overhead camera, you bring in a piece of paper, you bring in any sort of content that you want to display. A lot of people put their cell phone up on the Elmo and kind of zoom in on it. And a lot of times, you know, when you're giving public comment, especially when you're giving critical public comment, you want materials to go with that. So I wanted to make sure that we continue to protect people's right to use the Elmo machine. The AV equipment, and you just to reiterate, you're not aware of any other governing bodies that allow AV equipment. There are almost none, right?
We're not aware of a single one.
So
No, we
were
didn't hear back from everyone, but
so we were the extreme outlier on that one.
we believe so.
So what I saw from that was placing a very big burden on city staff in the performance of that, and I think that, you know, for this one, I'm going to respect staff. And so, yeah, I'll make a motion to accept this, deleting the first bullet, modifying the second one to public comment increase from 10 speakers to 12. And, I'm sorry? And that's my motion.
3 minutes.
I deleted the first one entirely. So there's no change to 3 minutes versus 2 minutes. Because I want to keep it 3 minutes. I want to protect the amount of time each speaker has to give public comment. So we're going to strike that through, increase total number of speakers for non-agendized public comment, increase from 10 speakers to 12, and pass it in that fashion. Thank you.
Councilwoman McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so here I have a question for you, City Attorney Santea. Currently, people who want to use AV equipment don't show it to you ahead of time, they just bring it?
That's correct.
Do people who bring stuff for the Elmo show it to you ahead of time, or do they just bring it? So the same thing could happen on the Elmo as the AV equipment, correct? Correct?
Theoretically, yes. However, we don't have a cable license for our Elmo. And
But copyrighted material could be shown on the Elmo.
But they're not being aided or assisted by us. But yes.
Well, technically, it's turned on by staff. I would not like to limit the use of AV equipment. I would like to let people still have the use of AV equipment. Could we change it to possibly be that they hand it in 3 days ahead of time, the way the staff has to hand in? If we want to change something to you, we have to do 3 days. Why can't we ask citizens, if you wish to use AV equipment, you're still able to use it, but you'll have to hand it in prior, the Friday prior to the city council meeting, or 48 hours, or whatever. That way, people, you could screen it. I know that is work intensive, but it still allows citizens the right to use the AV equipment that we've been letting them use for decades. I don't see why we need to stop it now. Basically, I am completely opposed to still moving it back at the end of the meeting, but we already voted on that. The other thing is non-agendized. Yeah. The 12 speakers is fine. I think we shouldn't limit it. If people want to talk, we should listen to them. We shouldn't limit them at all. But I think I would like to change the AV equipment. So you guys on the dais, please support that citizens could still use AV equipment. They just have to hand it in the Friday prior or 48 hours prior to the meeting.
It's something you could choose to do. The issue is going to be allegations of censorship when we say it's copyrighted or we say it's obscene. It puts both situations put staff in a very bad position, either as the censors or not knowing what we're playing. With the Elmo, we're not putting it on the Elmo machine. We're not playing it on an FCC-regulated cable station.
So why, if we've allowed AV for decades, is this now an issue?
I don't know that we've allowed it for decades. I don't know when we started allowing it, and I don't know who made the decision. Just because we've allowed something for a long time doesn't necessarily mean it's the best thing to do. And these are bona fide concerns of copyrighted materials, obscenity. We literally don't know what they're putting on there, and we're subjecting the people like Jordan up there to that kind of interaction. In terms of the First Amendment, people certainly have a right to speak whatever they want. They don't have unfettered ability, just like we prohibit people from using our equipment to influence an election. What's next? We're going to start having election commercials. I mean, some of it is my legal guidance. Some of it's a little bit of my personal opinion, I'll admit. But the idea is to protect the staff and the city from these allegations. Now, if the council wants to do what you're suggesting, we can do it, but we're going to be in a very bad situation under the First Amendment.
I disagree. I think that the same situation still occurs if they're using the Elmo. If someone was to put something on the Elmo that was inappropriate, what are you going to do? Are you going to censor it? Are you going to walk over and move it? I just happen to disagree. I think we should allow AV equipment.
So I don't know how you jumped in front of me, but I was.
Oh, go ahead.
That's fine.
No, city manager threw it off. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to support my colleagues on this last item and just add maybe a little bit of a nuance to the legal perspective. I have seen, even in this room, where unfortunately we have had technical difficulties. And there is a perception then that we're not in favor of what is being played. And somehow there is some suspicion that the audio difficulties are on purpose and that we're not supporting the speakers. And so I do see a difference between the overhead because it's self-control. They're controlling that. If we are in the middle playing the AV, I have seen in this room some complications, not on purpose. Did it cut it too short? Was it too loud? Was it this or that? And it can be perceived as against or in favor of that particular item. And so I have seen this taken to the next level of the videos, and I wholeheartedly support, from a professional perspective, my colleagues' discussion here.
Councilwoman Whitehead.
Well, I just want to comment again that the motion on the table is as stated by my colleague, to allow more public comment for those people who every 2 weeks want to spend their entire evening here at City Hall listening to zoning cases and other city business in order to simply tell us that a tree needs to be trimmed on public property near their homes. We have tonight eliminated the ability for most people in the city of Scottsdale to come to the city council and speak to us. And whether or not we make it 12 speakers or 15 speakers is irrelevant. Most people cannot wait, certainly not those high school girls, certainly not many of our senior citizens cannot sit in uncomfortable chairs as much as we try and wait to speak at the end. I would like to solve problems on the AV equipment, so I would like your guidance on that. Increasingly, this is a digital world. And so again, we keep looking to cities that are far from Scottsdale for guidance. And that is just something that in the 30 years I have lived in Scottsdale, Scottsdale has always been the leader. I've had so many residents say when Scottsdale acts, everybody watches, everybody follows. But now we're doing the opposite. So on the AV equipment, besides making residents last, are there ways, I also worry about the liability, but are there ways for the city, is there a time frame that would work that an appropriate video that doesn't have any FCC issues could be reviewed and approved? I just hate to limit that because because it's relatively new in the scheme of things of how people communicate.
There are timeframes that would work.
Okay.
It doesn't get over the censorship issue. And we just would have to accept the risk of being sued for violating someone's First Amendment rights. That may or may not ever happen, but that's the risk.
Okay. Well, I absolutely oppose all these changes. You know, again, we became a world-class city because we listened to our residents and we acted on it. Not every idea is a good idea, and not everybody explains their idea in a way that we like, but at the end of the day, this is a city that has been driven by resident priorities, and putting them last and all this mucking around is simply an effort to shut down people that oppose some of the actions of this council. So I strongly oppose the motion on the table.
I'm going to be super quick in hopes of encouraging that, because we've got 20 more items to go. I'm going to oppose this because I do not agree with pushing the general non-agendized public comment to the end. And I think they'd still be sitting here waiting for us, and they'd still be waiting for their 3 minutes to speak. And I think that's unfair, and it attempts to quiet or discourage citizen input, and I'm not for that. And I'm absolutely not for limiting the AV equipment that has been utilized. Yvonne Cahill, the speaker earlier tonight, put it very eloquently. These are the city's resources. Our resources are the citizens' resources. And if we have the ability to let them use them, we should and must. So I'm going to oppose that. With that, there's no more speakers. Please indicate your vote on Councilman Graham's motion.
Next slide, please. So the next area where proposed changes relate to citizen petitions. The changes include having the petition submitted 14 days in advance. Doing it this early would allow staff to do certain research. For example, we could determine the total number of signatures submitted. We could also do research in terms of the number of signatures submitted by Scottsdale residents and provide that information to the council. The other benefit of the early turn-in date is it allows us to send it to the council well in advance of the meeting to allow the council to look at the petition, consider it, and then later vote on it. The other big benefit is an environmental one where we would only print out these petitions, which are sometimes hundreds or thousands of pages. We'd only print them out as requested by the council members. So that's one change. The other change relates to more format and some other considerations. So requesting that the petitions be printed on 8.5 by 11 paper. It makes it a little bit easier to copy. We've gotten petitions in the past, and I brought a little visual aid because I thought this was going to be dry. But we've gotten petitions in the past on like this size on cardstock, and it's very difficult to copy that. We actually had to make individual copies of those petition sheets to provide to the council. We also asked that it be turned in at the same time. In the past, we've gotten a stack of petitions, and then 30 minutes later, we've got another stack, and then 30 minutes later, we've got another stack, and it makes it very, very difficult. So we're asking for a single turn-in time. And again, the early 14-day turn-in time would allow us to do some analysis of the petition. And then the final major change basically just formalizes the action the council is already taking on petitions. It's not in our rules. And so it's very similar to the actions they can take under mayor and council items, which is to agendize the matter for further discussion, have the responsible charter officer provide a report, or take no action on the petition. And so it just formalizes that action. Thank you.
Councilwoman McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor. On this item, and this is one of the items that I did bring up, and however, 14 days is way too long. I would even suggest somewhere between 24 and 48 hours is what my thought was. The area where it says turned in at the same time, I believe, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, City Clerk, that's referring to like a group of people that have the same type of petitions that they be combined to one if they're working in tandem. Does that make sense?
That's correct.
Okay. I didn't want to interpret it my own way and it not be what you're saying. So I don't have a problem with changing the timeframe. I mean, I do have a problem with it. I don't think that people should be able to hand it in 2 minutes before the meeting because it doesn't allow city council time to look at it. It doesn't allow to authenticate whether they're city residents, things of that nature. So I agree with this other than the time frame of the 14 days. I think 48 hours or the Friday prior to a council meeting is acceptable. That would be approximately 48 hours. So with that, I would move that we accept Council Rule 8 with the amendment of 48 hours, or the Friday prior to the council meeting.
Councilman, could you maybe say 2 business days before the council meeting?
2 business days
Because
would be-
of a Monday council meeting, that would help.
Okay.
No,
So
no.
2 business days prior to the council meeting, petitions could be
Yeah.
handed in.
And just to clarify, I just want to clarify, I'm not positive we can do an analysis of the petition in 2 business days.
No.
So that might have to come after the fact.
Well, 2 business days is a lot better than 5 minutes prior to the meeting.
It is, but we're not doing any type of analysis when
That's
it's turned
fine.
in 5 minutes before the meeting.
But I can look through the petitions and look at things. If we receive them, if you send them straight to us 48 hours prior or 2 business days prior, we have an opportunity to look at them. We're looking at them to see what it's even about. You're looking at them for different content, for if they're residents, non-residents. So that's my motion.
I'm going to second, and I'd like to speak to that second. We're not counting petition signatures. 5 people in this city might have a petition that's very valid, and we don't make a decision. We simply direct staff to then either further investigate or make an agenda item. So I agree we cannot have these petitions being turned in the same day, but I like the 2 business days, and generally speaking, the petition carrier also speaks to the item, and it's a Scottsdale issue. I mean, if they come up and they speak about something that's not a Scottsdale issue, then the mayor generally will stop that as a public comment. So I support that, and I want to talk about just 2 quickly petitions. That's how we got the pickleball courts moving forward at Pima Park. I'll end it there. So petitions have been extremely valuable. Of course, there's the famous dog park sign changes as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to skip ahead to Councilman Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to ask Councilmember McAllen just if she would modify a friendly amendment to her motion, because the one provision on here is turned in at the same time, and I understand that we don't want to just keep over and over, but maybe they could make 1 additional submission, but the second one, all of them have to be in by the time period that Councilmember McAllen. Because sometimes people like they put a petition in that's like a week in advance, and they'll get more signatures up until the Friday before.
I think if we include the deadline, the 2 business days prior, then they would be turned in at the same time. I think it's a problem that doesn't need solving.
But I'm saying if they turn it in 2 weeks before the meeting, then they can't add any to that.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
So give them 1 chance.
So I will just strike that then? No?
Don't strike it. We don't want it to be endless submissions, but just turned in turned in at the same time with 1 supplemental submission.
So just what it says, turned in at the same time?
No, turn in at the same time means it's 1 submission, but if they submit it 2 weeks in advance, they can't add anything to it. You see, they're cut off from that because it's the same time. So I'm giving them the chance to do 1 supplemental submission.
Why just 1 then? Sorry. Councilman Graham, I'll let you make that amendment. You can make an alternative motion then.
Okay, I'll make an alternate motion. What was your time frame? Okay, proposed changes must be submitted 2 business days before requested council meeting, printed on legal paper, and turned in.
All must be turned in within
But,
2 business
but we don't
days.
want all must be turned in because it could be a flurry leading up to it. You want 2 submissions for 1 petition.
No, when you say at the same time, that's what that means. All must be turned in within 48 hours, 2 business days.
But I don't want to do multiple because then that's a burden on. Can I say turn in at the same time with 1 supplemental submission before the deadline? Okay.
Sorry, Councilman Graham, you said on legal paper. Legal paper is not 8.5 by 11. You need to use 8.5 by 11. You said legal paper. Legal paper is 17 inches or 12 inches.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you for that. Yeah. Did I mean letter? Letter. Yeah. Okay. Print. I try to get fancy. 8.5 by 11 paper. City staff to determine number of petitions submitted by Scottsdale residents. City staff to determine number of petitions submitted and not submitted by Scottsdale residents. No. Number of petitions submitted by Scottsdale residents and non-residents. And then formalizes actions the council can take. So that's my alternate motion. If I can get a second from a colleague. Second.
Second, I'd like to speak to my second.
Someone seconded it. Councilwoman Littlefield.
I give up my speaking ability to
Thank you,
colleague.
Councilmember.
Vice Mayor Quasman.
You're very sweet. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say on this issue, I don't know who brought this in front of the city charter officers or staff, but sounds fine. Sounds reasonable to me. The 14 days was egregious. Right, it was not right. But this is not something that was part of my world.
I think everyone spoke. I won't be supporting this because I think adding hurdles to public input is a bad idea. So with that, I don't think we have any more speakers. Let's take a vote on the alternated.
No, 2 business days.
Well, currently, there's no advance requirement, so that's an additional hurdle. So I'll stick with my comment, if you don't mind.
No, it's
All those in
14
favor?
days.
Next slide, please. So this next change is change to Rule 10.6. It really is it's a backup mechanism that we don't have in place, and it just basically says if our queuing equipment fails, that basically the presiding officer shall call on the vice mayor and then each council member by seniority for remarks. And this just allows us, if we're not meeting in the Kiva, just kind of formalizes a backup process, or if the equipment fails. Thank you.
Do you need to speak to this, Councilwoman? Okay, go right ahead.
I move to adopt Council Rule number 10, debate and decorum.
Would you like to speak, Councilwoman Littlefield?
Nope.
All those in favor or opposed?
Blink, come on. I think our buttons are getting tired. Yay.
Next slide, please. So this is, again, it's just the call to question. It's in Rule 11.20. It does say to call the question doesn't require a second. This just amends another rule that basically says that all motions except a motion to call the question requires a second. So it's just cleaning up that rule to match Rule 11.20.
Councilwoman Whitehead.
I move to adopt Council Rule number 11.
Second.
All those in favor or opposed?
Can I just ask a question? Never mind. I had a question.
Sorry. Next slide, please. So Council Rule 15, what this does is it eliminates a report that is required by the mayor's office. This report is kind of covered in other areas right now. This information at times is noted in the mayor's State of the City address, possibly the mayor's report at council meetings or through other methods. So it just eliminates the formal requirement for the mayor's office to provide this report.
I'll move to approve the changes to
Madam Mayor.
Council Rule 15. I'm making my motion, but I didn't, then you hit the button, so go right ahead.
Madam Mayor, just out of deference to your office, do you want to make an amendment that says that you shall give a state of the city address on an annual basis? Do you want that as part of the rules? I mean, I think that the council would be amenable to that.
I believe it's in the charter.
In the charter already? Okay, so it's already.
Nice try.
Second.
Let's vote.
All those in favor or opposed, please indicate your vote.
So the next change relates to boards and commissions. The proposed changes here is right now, the appointment process is done at a special meeting. It moves the nomination process, which right now is under mayor and council items. It moves it to a special meeting to make them sync up better. And then it clarifies that if the vice mayor is unavailable, the immediate past vice mayor would handle the meeting process for nominations and appointments. And then this codifies something the council is doing right now, and basically for appointments, if the minimum number of candidates are available, the council can appoint through affirmation or acclamation rather than doing individual votes. The last item, and I apologize, I know it's late, but this did happen at a meeting and we didn't know what to do. So we developed this rule. Basically, when there's a 3-2-2 vote, it requires, to be appointed to a board, it requires 4 affirmative votes. And so when there's a 3-2-2 vote, no one's been appointed. So what this rule provides is it says that basically the 2 people that each got 2 votes, they essentially would go to a runoff, and whichever of those 2 got at least 4 votes, they would then go back to the individual who had 3 votes, and the council would decide between those 2 individuals.
Fine.
I hope that made sense.
Yeah.
It's probably better to do earlier in the night. Sorry about that.
This did happen to us already one time.
Councilman Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. So I didn't realize the first bullet that one was a special meeting and one was not a special meeting. So I'm glad that we're making that consistent. Vice Mayor unavailable, we kind of had that this year at one point, or this term at one point. For appointments, if a minimum number of candidates, council can appoint through affirmation. I wish we had a different adjective than minimum, because there could be 1 person and 2 openings. There could be, 2 people for 2 openings. So, but I think we know what you mean, so I'm not going to worry about it. And then when voting results 3-2-2, I mean, so what you're saying is that I look at that number though, and I'm just wondering if there's other scenarios we haven't considered. But in this case, the two they get to go on a runoff, and they sort of literally like a college basketball bracket, and then they go like a wild card in baseball, and then they face off against the person that got 3. So I'll make a motion to accept these.
Second.
All those in favor or opposed, please indicate your vote.
One other, never mind.
Mayor and members of the council, this next slide has to do with Council Rule 17. It would be a new rule. It governs basically the protocol for speaking at events. Staff kind of has procedures that they utilize in terms of the speaking order, but this would formalize it so it actually applies to you all. So basically the first rule If the mayor's invited to an event and is unable to attend, and the inviting person wants someone irrespective about the mayor's availability, then the mayor's office would extend the invitation to the vice mayor. And if the vice mayor is not available, then by order of seniority. It just creates a process about who gets events. Mayor first, vice mayor second, then seniority in terms of availability. Right now, there's not really a process where if the mayor's not available, it's not really defined who it goes to next. This would do that. The second part has to do with the more important portion of this proposed change has to do with speaking at events. It can be very difficult for staff sometimes if they're faced by there are multiple council members there. They don't necessarily know who can speak, but perhaps for the flow of the event, it's not appropriate for have everyone to speak. Obviously, the mayor would speak on behalf of the city. If the mayor's absence, it'd be the vice mayor, and if in the event neither of them are available, then the vice mayor would designate a council member to speak. And then if the vice mayor failed to designate, because perhaps they weren't there, then the seniority would apply.
Councilman Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. So I like the first one, invited, can't attend, seniority. 17.2, I would like to change that. Well, first of all, there's a typographical error. It says in the event, period. Both the mayor and vice mayor are not available, period. Then you have a new sentence with a lowercase. So I think that in the event.
That's the slide, yeah.
So I think in the event, and then I'm just going to ignore that period. In the event both the mayor and vice mayor are not available, I would just say then the council member with the most seniority shall speak on behalf. And nothing against the current vice mayor, but here's the problem with the way this is written. The vice mayor shall designate a council member to speak. In the event, but we've already established that the vice mayor isn't available. And so you're putting a burden on, you're putting a really large burden on city staff to say, well, I've got Solange Whitehead, who is the most senior here, but I got to go hunt down Adam Quasman to see who he would have wanted, and I can't get a hold of him while senior members sitting here. So I kind of think that puts a burden to sort of chase your tail around.
I'll second that. It's always a pleasure to end with an agreement with my colleague, Councilman Graham.
There you go. So was my motion clear enough?
I believe so. It's a motion to accept it with the modification that it go mayor, vice mayor, and then senior member.
Yeah. Yeah. Because of the reasons, yeah. Thank you.
Do you want to speak?
Yes. Mayor, thank you. I actually agree with Barry also, with Councilman.
What do you mean by actually?
I do. 17.1 and 17.2 are really the same thing. We don't need 17.2, we need 17.1.
They're not.
They kind of are. But I agree with him that it can be moved. But here's the reason why it shouldn't be the vice mayor appoints, because they could appoint the same person over and over again and deny someone the right to speak, and that would not be appropriate. What would be appropriate is the most senior person. So I do agree with you.
Okay, it looks like we have a motion and we're ready to vote. Please indicate your vote.
Boy, this is so much fun. I just don't want to stop.
So, Mayor and members of the council, this is the very last slide and the end of this. Other than we'll be asking you to do a motion to adopt the resolution as previously modified. This is, the idea behind this is the charter calls for the vice mayor to take over as mayor if the mayor is otherwise unavailable. This just sets a framework for that. It's the mayor being absent or otherwise unavailable from the city for 72 hours would just require a notification to the council and the charter officers. Some people have suggested that it shouldn't be this council, or it should be the city clerk or just the vice mayor. But that's the proposal we have for discussion, and it's kind of a risk management, I guess, type of thing with just line of successions in case something really bad happened and the mayor was out of town or not available for whatever reason.
Vice Mayor Quasman.
This is the last item, so I just want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas and a very Happy Hanukkah, and have a beautiful New Year.
Councilman Graham.
You're out of order. Off topic.
I'll second that.
Yeah. So this one right here, there is an error. I'll start with the second line. If the mayor's going to be absent from the city for more than 72 hours or otherwise unavailable, should be a comma. The mayor shall notify the city council and charter officers of the mayor's unavailability. What? I just want to point out that comma, and then I may have some more questions after. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman McAllen.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think that the mayor should have to hunt down every single person. It should just be one person. It should be either the city clerk or the city manager. It should be one person. I would say the city clerk, only because the city clerk is who's ordering meetings, things of that, organizing things. That would be my suggestion. But I don't think the mayor should have to inform every single person where she's going, what she's doing. Just saying.
Well, I don't think the mayor should have to inform anyone if she's out of town for 72 hours. We have 2 months off in the summer. How do you contemplate that working, Luis? I don't know if this was your idea or not, but as you said, the charter already speaks to the unavailability of the mayor, and which you would be notified immediately of. So absent from the city, that's pretty broad. If I'm in Flagstaff, do I need to let you know? I mean, Sedona for 72 hours? Should I get an ankle bracelet next and, an air tag so that everyone knows my whereabouts? I mean, the absurdity of this is just outrageous, for the record. And please explain, has this been a problem?
So Mayor, this was not my idea. And as we discussed,
I guessed that.
As we discussed earlier, unfortunately, I'm not going to reveal whose idea it might have been, but it was brought to my attention just kind of as a risk management type thing, like what if there's a disaster, what if there's an emergency type thing? We need to have a line of succession.
We do.
And whether it needs to be clarified or not, that's a policy decision on behalf of the council.
Excuse me, isn't it in the charter?
I think the charter just says that in the absence of the mayor's unavailability, the vice mayor takes over. It doesn't have any time frames. It doesn't say. It doesn't.
So it is in the charter. You've answered my question. Well, they like me enough to want to know my whereabouts all the time, so I guess that's a plus. Councilwoman DeBascus.
Thank you. In any workplace that I've ever been, I've always been required to let my colleagues know if I'm going to be out of town. So I do that as a practice here, and I let Marilee know if I'm not going to be in town. And so I think this is a reasonable request. It also prevents, God forbid, we would have another accident at the airport and city manager is calling around frantically. There would be the opportunity to directly just call the vice mayor and be able to handle any sort of situation in a professional and quick manner. Also, if the mayor does happen to be out of state, then we could know, who's going to be available to come to manage the situation. So I actually think that what's reasonable and the standard that I hold myself to is if I'm going to be out of the state for 24 hours, I will let the secretary know. So I think it's appropriate to do that. So I'm going to make a motion that we adopt 18.1 with the following exceptions, that if the mayor is going to be absent from the state for more than 24 hours, the mayor will notify the city clerk.
Vice Mayor Quasman.
Yeah, I'd like to make an alternate motion on that one to 72. I think there's a, listen, if you got to run out of, the mayor, I could speak to the mayor currently that my understanding is that her daughter is out of state for school. So if she's got to run out for 24 hours or 48 hours and come back and she's back, that's fine. But I think the 72 hours is fine. I agree with the out of state issue. Shooting an email to the city clerk, I don't think it's I think any executive my understanding is that the governor has to do this as soon as they leave the state, actually. When the governor does not have an ankle bracelet on her, okay? But as soon as she leaves the state, she's got to notify the Secretary of State that she's going out of state. A simple email that's saying, hey, I'm going to be out for more than 24 hours of the state of Arizona. So this is not a quick trip to Sedona, but if you're going on a cruise for the summer, which God willing, you're able to do it. I have too many children to be able to do that. God willing, if the mayor's going on a cruise, somebody should be notified just in case, so we're not scrambling and trying to find where the heck the chief executive officer of the city is. I think that's not unreasonable. It's a rule. You know, the mechanism is not the mechanism is all this is doing is adding a mechanism to what's already in the charter. The charter has no mechanism within it. So my alternate motion is can I do an alternate motion to Councilmember DeBoskis' motion is out of state for more than 72 hours. And otherwise unavailable. I think it should be an or and, should be an and or when it comes to, okay, so or otherwise unavailable for 72 hours. For 72 hours.
So,
Excuse me, that was an alternate motion. Do you have a second?
well, I was going to second, I was going to speak to Jan's, but I was going to modify it for you can't make an alternate motion because she didn't have a second yet.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Can you just, okay. So you're withdrawing your attempted,
I'm withdrawing it because
I'll second Jan's.
what if
Okay.
somebody has a surgery
That makes it
and they're
legally, you can do
unconscious
something.
for 24 hours and there's an emergency?
okay.
So that doesn't work either.
Okay, so if I have the floor from the mayor.
You had the floor.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So Councilwoman DeBoskis made a motion, if the mayor's going to be absent from the state for 24 hours, and that was seconded.
Just so you can talk.
Yeah. So when I looked at this, I oppose it. I don't support it. However, I reflect on this, and two things come to mind. Number one, every organization everywhere has this policy. And number two, the reason I think that I'm persuaded to support the motion on the floor is that the charter says when the mayor is unavailable, that it goes to the vice mayor. That puts a significant, tremendous amount of pressure on our city staff to make the call when the mayor is unavailable if she is not reachable. That puts them, because then if she was available and there was a misconnection, and then we literally have a city staffer deciding that the vice mayor is enjoined with the powers of the mayor. And I don't want to put that burden on city staff. And so I'm going to support the motion on the floor for the sake of our city staffers. Thank you.
So first, Vice Mayor, I am not the chief executive officer, as you must know. I'm the chairman of the board. The city manager serves as the CEO of the organization. So how misleading is that? Second, to Councilwoman DeBoskis, since you've done this at every place of employment, I would suggest an amended motion that we all be subject to this section, because you've already given clear direction that we are all equal. This is something you're very hell-bent on showing. We're all equal. So why would I be the only person when we have a city charter that's, if you'll let me finish, I let you finish. We have a city charter that speaks to the hierarchy of my unavailability. So putting a 24-hour restriction on me to let the city council and the charter officers know that I'm absent from the city, I mean, that's the most absurd thing I've ever heard. So since you let your secretary know, sure, I let my staff know when I'm out of town too. So what are we trying to accomplish here? And whatever you're trying to accomplish, since we're all equal, I think we should all be subject to. So that's my amended motion.
Second. So actually, no, I don't want to second it. I would like to make an alternate motion, but I don't think I can.
You can if it's not seconded.
I would like to, I do want to make an alternate motion that we reject Council Rule 18. The city charter covers this, and I do think it's a pretty big difference to have what each of us do just because it's our good human nature is notify Mayor Avina if we're going to be out of town, and that's quite different than having to call each city council member and each charter officer, and only if you're the mayor. This is getting to be a comedy of errors. I am embarrassed by this council. So can we recognize that we have never had a problem, and the mayor is very responsible, as every past mayor has been on this, and we do have a city charter to designate the order if the mayor is unavailable. So please join me, council. Vice Mayor said he likes to see unanimous votes and reject Council Rule 18.
I'll second your motion.
All those in favor, I guess mine didn't receive a second yet, so all those in favor or opposed, please indicate your vote.
To reject Council Rule 18 and rely on the council charter.
Oh, mine's a yes, sorry. Excuse me, I gotta change that. Thanks a lot, Adam. No, go right ahead. So we've got the motion on the floor. I'm going to protocol. I have a.
Yeah, we just want to modify it. We just want to have it.
You know what?
Hold on. This is.
Listen, there's a motion on the floor. If you'd like to amend your motion, please do so.
I don't have a motion on the floor. Mine was not seconded. Oh, she's.
I am happy to amend my motion to say that if council will be absent from the state of Arizona for more than 24 hours, or
72.
council and mayor and council, 72 hours. Or will be absent from the state of Arizona for more than 24 hours or otherwise unavailable, council shall notify, and I'm going to say charter officers, because if we email all each other, we're going to have open meeting violation. So mayor and council will notify the city clerk of the unavailability or the absence.
You have to approve the.
Is that the original motion or is that an alternate motion?
It's an amended.
It's an amended motion. Mm-hmm.
I'll support the amended motion.
Let's vote. No, you cannot.
No, I think we should, call the
No.
motion. That's the original motion? Yes, that's the original motion. I amended the original motion. It's her motion.
You can't call an alternate motion.
He's doing a friendly amendment to it.
Right, but I have to be called on.
I thought I was. No speaker. Okay, Vice Mayor Cosmo.
Okay, so again, I want to make sure that this was something that was not, there's no like illicit scheming. This is something that I thought about like as soon as we came in and looked at the rules, and I was like, ooh, rule changes that we could make to make better. All we wanted to do is, this is the most innocuous thing in the world. You're going out of town, notify the clerk. Not a big deal. Like, I told the clerk, guess what? I was in Greer when I was at one of the meetings, and I said, we're going to be, I need what's it called, set up, the hyperlink to be able to
Vice
plug
Mayor,
into
are
a
you
meeting.
going to?
No. I want to make sure, before anybody casts aspersions on the necessary, before anybody casts aspersions on what this is, I think it's very clear of what this is. If you're going out of town, just make sure they call it so that there's not an emergency. I'm sorry, I'm going to be the mother on here. Like, if you're going out of town, and we don't know where to find you, and God forbid there's an emergency, and you're available, then that's fine. If you're going to be right back, you're going to be available, you need to call a special meeting. My understanding is that the mayor's the one who calls the special meetings, right? The mayor calls a special meeting, an emergency meeting, so probably want to make sure that we know who has the power to call the emergency meeting so that the meeting's in order. I believe I thought about this when the plane crash occurred in Scottsdale. I think that's really when I started being like, oh, let's do these rule changes, this could be good. So if you don't want to accept the fact that this was done in absolutely good faith, then it's your choice, but I definitely didn't want the city. I want it to be the state. So I'd like to modify it to 72 hours. Right? Is that the state and 72 hours, and it's 48. Fine. We'll split the difference. I would like to, what was that? I would like to move to amend that says it's 48 hours, or otherwise. I have to write
you
the
don't
whole
move
thing.
to do that. You just ask her.
Oh.
Ask her to amend.
Would you consider amending to 48 hours instead of 24 hours? Can we get unanimity if we get 72 hours, or no? So it doesn't matter. So 48 hours, please.
That's good. Sure. Are you good with that, my second lady over here? All right.
Second lady.
So to clarify the motion, all council members and mayor will notify the clerk if they're going to be absent, or is it out of town? Out of state for 48 hours. Please indicate your vote. Concludes our business for today. Thank goodness. I would like to move to.
Not all our business.
Oh, there's still one more. Anyone want to come up to have some try it on for size public comment? Receipt of citizens' petitions. We have not received any citizens' petitions, correct? So I'll move right on. At the request of Councilman Graham, item number 18 is to direct the city manager to agendize for a future council work study session, presentation, discussion, and possible direction on potential updates to the Scottsdale tourism and events plan. The possible direction can be taken as direct the city manager or responsible charter officers to agendize the item for a future meeting, direct the city manager or responsible charter officer to investigate the matter or take no action. Anyone have a motion?
Mayor, sorry to interrupt. Can we go back to the item we just got done with? We need a formal motion adopting the resolution as amended by the council.
All of the items? Okay.
We don't need it. We just need to adopting the resolution
A
as
global
amended by
one.
the previous. Yeah.
I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 13568. as amended.
Just so I understand, that's all of the rules, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to make a motion to keep residents of Scottsdale first, not last, and to reject the, I can make an alternate, I'm making an alternate motion. I make an alternate motion to keep the residents of Scottsdale first, not last, and by rejecting, can you put the resolution number on for me?
Council, I'm sorry, it's 13568.
Okay, it is 10 p.m., and I am making an alternate motion to keep the residents of Scottsdale first and not last by protecting public comment in the City Hall chambers, by rejecting item as an ordinance number 13568.
I'll second your motion.
Resolution. I mean, it would be nice if it was on the screen. We had a lot of things on the screen. We can't put that on the screen.
So we have a motion and a second.
Okay, we have an alternate motion
Alternate, excuse me.
we've spent however many hours, 10 p.m., to reject the changes to public comment that put residents last and will make it so most residents cannot participate at city meetings and provide public comment on non-agendized items.
Okay, motion and a second. Councilman Graham, did you have something? That was from before.
I would like to comment on my motion.
Let's deal with the alternate motion, please, first. So I'm going to support this. I'm supporting a denial of the entire thing because there were too many things wrong with it. So lumped all together, I'm forced to say no, and primarily due to the ridiculous item we just talked about, and then the limitation on public speech here at City Hall. So I'm going to vote for this, and the alternate motion is live, so let's take a vote.
No.
Okay, we're going to vote on the original motion, which was to adopt all the changes.
Mayor?
Sure, but Councilman Graham.
Yeah, I'd like to ask my colleagues to support my motion to approve 13658, 568.
568.
568. This would have the effect of expanding public comment dramatically. This would have the effect of expanding public comment to citizens' petition never before has happened in our city. This would have the effect of performing necessary, long overdue housekeeping items to our rules of procedure. This would have the effect of respecting the feedback of our charter officers, and this would have the effect of respecting our residents who attend our meetings. Thank you.
So I don't see any speakers. I would like to speak to Councilman Graham's motion. Just because you say it does not make it true. We just sat here for several hours, and the changes that were made were not furthering public input at City Hall. There were significant limitations put on input of residents at City Hall, including we would have been having public comment now at 10 o'clock at night, and I'm certain Steve Sutton would have been the only one here. So, just because you say it does not make it true, and with that, let's take a vote. All right, all those in favor or opposed, please indicate your vote. All right, well, if I'm not mistaken, that's...
Now we have to go to item 18.
Go to what? 18. There's 18? Where's 18? I already... God. Well, I should have let you know I was unavailable 24 hours ago. Oh, now we're on 18, got it, because we bounced back to that. So go ahead. Councilman Graham, do you want to make a motion on your agenda item?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is agendized presentation, discussion, and possible direction on updates to the Scottsdale Tourism and Events Strategic Plan for a future City Council work study session. I kindly and humbly request my colleagues to join me in scheduling a work study to discuss our Scottsdale Tourism and Events Strategic Plan. And if I just may add that one of the great justifications for the need to agendize a work study for this document is that the recent city-commissioned Keene study revealed a large disconnect between the city's tourism plan and the input from the Old Town businesses and its stakeholders. I think this would be a very productive work study, and I think it might even be long. You might even consider it long overdue. So if you'll indulge me, I'll make a motion to direct the city manager to agendize the item for future meeting. Thank you.
All those in favor, Councilwoman McKellen?
Was there a second?
Yes, there was.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I would suggest, Councilman Graham, that, or maybe to the city manager, that if this is agendized, it be agendized after we figure out how to deal with the situation that occurred tonight, that now there's no marketing plan. I mean, there are two things that kind of have to go together. Does that make sense?
So, in fact, that was actually part of the problem, and we're really not supposed to have a lot of debate here, but it's putting it's talking about a strategy that our vendors desperately want to hear from us is our plan.
Right, but all I'm saying is earlier tonight, they had said they needed to know when the open date for the RFP was. So if they have to go back to some of those other vendors, it may have a date associated with it. We may want to think about that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Councilwoman Whitehead.
When was this adopted, and what's the process for it getting adopted?
I think
A question for staff.
it might be out of order.
Madam Mayor, with all due respect, this sounds like debate. We're not prepared to.
She had a question for you, but you know what?
I'm trying to understand when.
Let's
Okay,
call the question. I would like to call the
that's fine.
question.
We'll call the question.
Great. Please indicate your vote. Okay, now I'm positive we're done. So, motion to adjourn. I move
Second.
to adjourn. Thank you, everyone who sat through this tonight. We very much appreciate you.